I want to welcome everyone. I want to thank Kath so much and Land of Medicine Buddha for creating this space for us. And I know that Kath mentioned teachings, but I'm really treating this like a retreat day. So this is really about the meditations that correspond to the death and rebirth module of discovering Buddhism. You're all welcome to join this, whether you've done the module or not. I think it's really helpful for people to consider these different aspects of our lives now and possibly the dying process, what the Tibetan tradition indicates and says about that. So we're going to waltz through that today from this time until 4 p.m. And I hope it's meaningful for you. Basically, what I've done is divided things into about half-hour increments. Some of the meditations may be shorter and we'll pause, and there will be the break for lunch. And what I'd like to do is I'm not taking questions and answers until after the break, because it's really about retreat time. We get so little time to sit with our minds. So I really wanted to make it possible that we can just sit and slowly go through these meditations to have a deeper level of that. Hopefully soon in the future, we'll be able to do these things in the Gompa, in person with each other, and also have possibly a hybrid model for those that want to participate on Zoom. So I'm delighted to see all of you. Thank you so much for joining. And you just do the best you can. Some people may be new to meditation. Some of you are old hat at it, and we just do the best we can together. What we'd like to do is just getting started is do find that comfortable meditation space for your body. And I know not all of you are having comfortable experiences with your body, so you try the best you can. And it's really helpful finding that extension of the spine. We know the spine's not straight, but having it as extended as possible. If you're seated in a chair, it's perfectly fine to meditate in a chair. Don't feel that you can't meditate in a chair. Have your feet straight, flat on the floor then, or on a cushion on the floor, if that gives you a better angle for your hips. And feel the grounding with the earth for a moment. Or you may be seated on a cushion, cross-legged, perfectly fine. So again, the main thing is just to find the comfortable posture for the sessions for the day. You do the best you can. Normally the head is slightly tipped forward. So if you're up here, you get a lot of distraction in the meditation. If you're too far down like this, you'll start slouching, constricts the spine, and you may get drowsy. So this is a very practical posture. Some people place the hands face up. I will show you so they're right at the level of the navel, right palm face up on the left, and the arms actually extend out like wings of a bird. So this would represent the skillful means. This is my actual right arm. It's just mirrored in the image. The skillful means that you need, the bodhicitta you want to get enlightened, that good heart to get you enlightened. And this is wisdom, the view that we have, the left side. So it's always a reminder, everything about method and wisdom. And again, the hands here around the navel, right on the left. The thumbs are actually pressed together at this spot because that creates an opener for the heart chakra, and it also constricts a subtle vein with the subtle energy system. So not in our normal physiology. They say there's a vein down there that gets constricted that helps to counter delusion in the mind. So again, according to Tibetan tradition, this can be, and you can just experiment. Some people feel, oh, the shoulders get tweaked when you put your arms out. You can put your shoulder blades down your back and that will expand the chest. So you can experiment. Then you can lightly close your eyes, and the eyes are focused towards the tip of the nose or the floor in the space in front of you. This is a very subdued posture. The lips are lightly together. The teeth are slightly apart. The tongue is curled to touch the upper palate in the mouth behind the front teeth. This is a 7-point Vairocana posture, and Vairocana is simply an aspect of the Buddha that brings us our form. So again, don't worry too much about remembering every single component. You just want to find as much comfort as you can in a position with that spine extended. And begin to deepen your respiration. A wonderful way to counter delusion in the mind is allowing yourself a few deep inhalations and a few deep exhalations. As you do this, begin to consider your motivation, your purpose for being here right now. And if any of you, if it's earlier in your day, but also any time in the day, we can establish that motivation, which is about directing the mind in a most positive way. So in this tradition, we're very focused on benefiting all living beings, helping all beings. The best way to do that in an unlimited fashion is as a Buddha, as a fully awakened being. So if that's a notion you'd like to include in your motivation to become a Buddha, to become fully enlightened, for that purpose of benefiting all living beings perfectly, unlimitedly, great. Feel free to include that. And in any event, please take a moment right now, even if you set a motivation earlier, to reestablish a positive motivation. This is you directing your awareness in a most positive way for our time together and all the activities of the rest of your day. So we'll start with a meditation on impermanence. I'd just like you to consider your body right now. What is happening with your body? And you may notice first some obvious changes that are happening in your body right now. Whether you swallow, whether you have an itch, whether you feel breeze or pain in the body. And just like you to notice Of those more obvious or grosser things you notice in your body, I don't mean gross, disgusting, I mean the ones you can track. Notice the changing nature of them. Even simple respiration. I'd just like you to notice right now the changes that are happening in your body. Even if you're experiencing great pain in your body, the pain shifts. It may deepen, may lighten for a moment, it may move around. Just noticing these changes are always happening in the body. The impermanent nature of that very, very part of our existence is ever constant. And of course, there are more subtle experiences happening in our body, more subtle experiences. So there's blood coursing through the arteries and the veins. You may not be experiencing that, but it's happening. Movement every second. The lungs are expanding and contracting. Heart is beating. There's neurological activity that creates our thoughts, that allows you to listen, to meditate, to focus on something. And even all the way down to a molecular level, where cells are replicating, dying away, changing. Take a few minutes right now and imagine all of the changes. Imagine the level of impermanence happening in your body on that more subtle level. And take your time considering all the aspects of your body, all the parts of your body. What you want to do is to really get a sense of that changing nature. And when you really start to feel that everything in your body is changing all of the time, focus your concentration on that. Everything in your body is changing all of the time. When that experience fades a little bit, you go back and think about all the things that are changing in your body. That's how we combine analytical meditation, which is thinking about the changing nature of your body, with shine, with calm abiding, where you focus more deeply, laser-like, on one feeling that you get, one aspect to go in more deeply, to have a little bit more experiential level. Just try your best. So let's look at your mind right now. Many thoughts. You have audio consciousness working because you're hearing, you're thinking. Memories may pop up, ideas may pop up. Think of all the changes that are going on and reflect on all the changes going on in your mind right now. And get a sense of that body mind experience changing every moment, every second. Just normal, the impermanent nature of your body and mind. Let's just step out of our body and mind for a moment, imagining. Imagine Get a sense of the room in which you're sitting. Also has a changing nature. It may seem solid, the floor that you're sitting on, obviously to support you, but it's made up of molecules moving in a certain configuration, changing constantly. The walls of your room and the ceiling of your room is the same. The structure of your house or apartment, it's the same. It's impermanent. All made up of molecules moving constantly. Just get a sense of that in relation to your room. And beyond the room, changing reality. So outside of your building or your house or apartment, maybe cars and buses moving around, people walking by, even the sidewalks, the streets are made up of molecules moving around constantly. Trees may be growing outside your house. Perhaps you're in a climate where leaves are starting to fall. So there's that cycle of life, which is normal. Weather changing temperatures, air currents moving by, moving trees, moving leaves, like that. It's natural. Just get a sense right now of that external reality and its changing nature. So everything changes. Death is a more dramatic change. But if we can slowly become more comfortable with basic change and some of the smaller changes in our life, we'll be ready for that bigger transition. Please relax for a moment. You can slowly open your eyes. And just staying seated where you are, or if you need to stretch, stretch your legs or something. And we'll start the next meditation in about 5 minutes. So again, these are verses spoken by the Buddha about impermanence. So you can just reflect as we're sitting here. Alas, composites are impermanent. They start to perish when they are produced. Since having arisen, they perish. Calming them down is happiness. From that same moment of the night, humans first enter into the womb. The journey of their life to death begins. Once gone, there's no turning back. At daybreak, many people can be seen. That evening, one is gone from sight. At evening, many people can be seen. Next morning, one is gone from sight. Since many girls and boys have died, while young and in the prime of life, how can one feel secure and think, I am young, so I have long to live? Some die when they are in the womb, some on the ground where they are born. Some die as they learn to crawl, and some just as they learn to walk. Some die old, some die young, some in the very prime of life. Old people pass away in turn, just like the fall of ripened fruit. As all ripe fruit always falls and rots, so all who are born are always by their death destroyed. Like every pot, a skillful potter molds from clay, which finally is broken and destroyed. So too is every person's life. Like weaving wool stretched back and forth across a loom, finally runs out, so too with every person's life. Like every step of one condemned brings near the gallows, where that one will hang and die, so too is every person's life. Just as waterfall's flow can never turn back on itself, so a person's life goes on forever without increase, without return. So hard to obtain and yet so short, and yet with so much misery, lives are obliterated so soon, like words written with a stick in water. Just like the herder with a stick who drives the flocks into the fold, so age and sickness drive all humans on to the place where they will die. Just like a little stream, as days and nights pass by, a person's goods are quickly finished. Life, furthermore, is transitory. Collections in the end disperse. Whatever rises must also fall. All meetings end in separation. The final end of life is death. Since life at its end turns to death, all living beings destined to die move ever closer to all those results of good or bad they've done. By doing bad actions, people fall to hells. By virtue, rise to happy realms. Others meditate on the path and find uncontaminated liberation. Since Buddha and all hearers, and all solitary realizers too, give up the bodies that they have, it's definite that common folk do so too. Wherever you go, there is no place but that death can find an entry. Not earth, nor sky, nor ocean deep, not far within the mountainside. Seeing that everyone who has been and is yet to be gives up the body and departs, the wise have fear, follow religion, and lead pure lives. Seeing old age and the pain of disease, and seeing the mind depart at death, the steadfast give up the prison-like home that common people like and can't give up. So it's helpful. This is in one of the meditations. You can at times read a couple verses, reflect on that. It's another way to meditate on impermanence. Okay, let's do our next meditation on the continuity of consciousness. There's different ways and obviously different meditations on the continuity of consciousness, but I am wanting to follow along with the meditations corresponding as much as I can to this module. This is from Lama Yeshe. Lama taught this in Australia during a meditation course in 1975. So long before I got involved, and we'll follow along as best as we can. So just again, sitting comfortably. It's always nice to start just settling the mind on a normal, natural breath. So check how your mind of today is related to the experience of yesterday's ego games. So you just check, you observe. How are they linked? And also check back to last week, perhaps last month or last year. So checking, and as Lama would use the words, your big wisdom eye, your consciousness, in a sense, how your ego and attachment have functioned, and even go back through your life to other episodes in your life, past last year. You want to notice how your ego and attachment have functioned over the years, how you have identified things at different ages, how you've perceived different views, and all of it, the projection of your own ego. Just have a look at that. Observe as best as you can. So consider if your mind were not connected with last year's ego, there would be no reason for memories to uncontrollably keep coming back into your mind. So check how these experiences relate to the continuity of mind. Go back as far as you can to your earliest memory. And just notice as best as you can that connection of this mind today with yesterday, earlier, last year, previous years. Excuse me. Again, that ego and attachment kept me identified with a certain sense of self, choosing certain things, wanting certain things, averting from other things. Notice that continuity as best as you can. And if you go back to your earliest memory, you kind of notice there is this connection between the mind of now to yesterday's mind, and some of those influences in your mind you might start noticing. And they change over time. If you go back to your earliest memory and you're noting the ego and attachment is there, creating choices, habits that connects you to the mind today. That mind existing on that gross level, the level where you notice your thoughts, feelings, experiences, exists on a subtle level. Some experiences you're not that aware of that are happening anyway, fluctuations. Its most subtle level as well, the clear light nature. In a sense, they might say brilliant transparency, the real nature of your mind and your being. Where everything's pure and perfect in that clear light nature. But we don't experience that very much. Just see, can you get a sense of that connectivity though? And if you do go back to that earliest memory, noting a connection to today's mind What if you imagine going back further, being inside your mother in the womb, where normally most people don't remember? Could that possibly be also a continuation, still connected to today's mind that you have? Just reflect on that. Forgetting previous experiences and clinging to the future is not realistic. This is again from Lama Yeshe. Unless you have psychic power, you have no idea whether you will be alive next year or not. Nobody can guarantee you that. And you don't have to be sick to die. 1 minute you can be well, drinking a cup of tea. The next minute, you're gone. We all know this can happen. So if you check well enough and imagine, for instance, being in the womb, you'll find that even when you were in your mother's womb, you experienced ego and attachment. Check where that came from. It didn't come from itself. It had to come from something else. This is what Lama says. It had to come from something else. There is no such self-existent entity that doesn't depend on something else. For example, a permanent soul. Buddhism doesn't have a concept of a permanent soul. Nor is there any self-existent physical entity either. So for instance, other spiritualities, other religions talk about what they call an eternal soul. And when we think of the word eternal, sometimes there's a notion of permanence. It doesn't change. Buddhism doesn't have that idea because everything changes. Everything has a changing nature. So impermanence means changing every moment. So how could there be a permanent, never changing soul? Just reflect on that for a moment. If you accept the existence of a permanent soul, you have to accept the existence of a permanent human being. But it's impossible for there to be a permanent human being because we're all changing. Just think about it. Where is that person, that permanent human being? Think about that for a moment. Can that exist? Permanent meaning not changing. So check back now through all your experiences of how your mind has perceived the sense world. And just imagine from being in your mother's womb when we don't actually remember, but imagine what that might be like perceiving the sense world up to today, to right now. So, for instance, we know fetuses inside their mothers developing, they experience when the mother eats spicy food, they experience temperature fluctuations, they move inside, as we know. All these sense experiences are you're perceiving, something is perceiving them in there. The fetus is experiencing something. So just imagine, first of all, when you're in the womb, how you perceive the sense world, and then being born and being a child developing, and right up until today, how your mind perceives the sense world as best as you can. And check the different interpretations your mind has at different ages and stages of your life. Check the different feelings as they change over time. This meditation helps you integrate your mind and life and introduces a little order into both. And imagine you can go back again, earlier in life, earliest memory, imagining back into the womb. And if you've noticed this back and forth to the mind of today that you have, notice some connection. What do you imagine is before the moment of mind at conception? Again, the cause and effect relationship. As Lama's saying, there's a link. There's an experience. There's a dependence on the moment before that creates the next moment. Checking again, as we said before, where those experiences come from. Has to come from something else, he said. It has to come from something else. So the mind at conception has to come from something else. Where does it come from? Please reflect on that. Please relax. Slowly open your eyes. So I'm going to just ask a couple questions right now since we're at these particular meditations that might help. I just want to ask any of you, please, what about what causes the mind at the moment of conception? What causes the mind at the moment of conception? Any thoughts or feelings from this meditation? Anyone would like to comment on? Teresa,
Can you hear me?
can you unmute?
I did unmute. Let me see.
Great, I hear you. I hear you.
Oh, you do hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Sometimes my microphone doesn't work. Oh, it's on the wrong one. Okay, that's okay if you can hear me. So that was very powerful for me. And what came to me is that my ego self that was so reliant on certain things within my family, my mother, my father, all of those things, that there was something before that. It's quite powerful for me. What I was really struggling with, and maybe it's a big question of Buddhism for all of us, is how do I be both of those things at the same time?
And how do you feed?
How do I be both of those things at the same time? So the mind that came before, and then the mind that started in the womb.
So, I mean, it also seems to be a process of evolution. You know, that So again, that changing nature, you see. So, and part of this, honestly, for all of you is, can we be more comfortable with the natural course, first of all, of change in the world, but the fact that we will die and the possibility that we've died before. And you know what? We've survived it. Isn't that remarkable? Like, so it's the more your mind gets more comfortable realizing, oh, this is a natural situation I've been through many times. This is a natural situation I've been through many times. So I think it's an evolution of, it's not about being those things right now because we're not infants. We're not, so you're taking your conscious now, but acknowledging that, oh, it did come from these previous moments, previous experiences, previous moments. And then if I notice ego and attachment, which as long as we experience fundamental ignorance, meaning a misknowing of reality, not having a direct perception of reality by experiencing emptiness. So as long as I have the ego and then attachment, desire, one of the other three poisons, is then a lot of my choices are tainted. Then I get into trouble with delusion, which is again, the natural course of being a human. So I'm not saying we're bad. I'm not laying a trip on us. I'm just saying this is reality. So let me improve that so that this life experience becomes more and more positive, less obstacles, that I can finally reach that awakened state. Then I'm good, I'm fine, I'm free of suffering, but then I'm empowered to help everybody else get there and to help everybody else along the way. So does that help?
Yes, that helps a lot. Thank you so much.
Sure.
Did you hear that?
The purpose, I think, of this course and these meditations, especially this meditation, the continuity, it's a hard meditation to do, frankly. It's not an easy one to consider, but we never consider it. And then something negative happens to you right now, and we get upset. We don't see any connection to anything we've done before or any mind before. And so the whole point is really to keep working on improving ourselves as best as we can. And then when the changes and the difficulties come, having a smoother ride with that, of saying, oh yeah, this is how it is, That makes sense, everybody? What else do you think, others, of about, that moment of conception? What was happening previous to that for any of you? Any other, Jane and Colleen?
Venerable, I'm so practical and my understanding is not great. However, while I was listening to you and meditating about myself in the womb, that self, that new being really isn't new. It's brought forth all the karma from all of my past lives, and it's going to affect my next life, the life that I'll have when I'm born. That was what I was thinking.
Mm-hmm. Yes, great. Yeah. Thank you. Colleen?
I had this really strange experience where imagining myself waiting for the brain to develop so that I could get inside, I felt like I had this sense of urgency that I had a mission to accomplish. And I had very little time to do it, so let's get on with it. So it was very, very powerful.
Very interesting, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and these meditations I find, particularly with this course, this particular module, is that the urgency is really helpful. The urgency can be really helpful in a positive way, not an anxious ridden way, but like, okay, like I got to do this. Like we're running out of time. Just looking at the ages of all of you,
Mm-hmm.
we don't have much time left, frankly, of this ride.
Exactly.
But there will be more rides. There will be more, and I'd like them to be better rides, smoother rides. Away from the dukkha. Dukkha is bumpy axle. That's what it really means in Sanskrit. Dukkha, suffering. It means you got a bumpy ride, Who wants to have a bumpy ride? I mean, sometimes it's okay, but generally, and the bumpy rides are hard on the vehicle. You're the vehicle, and it's hard on the vehicle. So that's really cool, that urgency. And thank you. You have, all of you, such great comments and great insights. Okay, so thank you so much. We're going to take a half an hour break. And what I'd like you to do in the break, and as best as you can, I know you're in your home environments. Again, we're in retreat mode. So you want to keep it there where if you get up, you go to the bathroom, you have a cup of tea. Again, every moment you're closer to death. Keep that heightened every moment. I'm another sip closer to death, right? I'm another cup of tea closer. I'm another moment closer. Oh, another minute just went by. I'm another minute. Try to keep that in your mind as best as you can as you're going through the break, and we'll take a half an hour.
Thank you very much.
I know some people, thank you, welcome back. I know some people were unable to join for the online right now. I was getting messages from people that had other commitments today. I changed the schedule just slightly, but we'll still continue our meditations. Okay. I'm going to introduce the 4 contemplations from Master Gampopa that are part of the meditations from this module. So Master Gampopa taught that there are 4 things to meditate on when we investigate impermanence, when we investigate the impermanence within ourselves. And again, terminology in Tibetan Buddhism is important. So we think of things as permanent and impermanent. And in the English language, we use those terms: permanent, impermanent, permanence, impermanence. In Tibetan, they often use the words changing and unchanging instead of permanent and impermanent. So changing nature is impermanent. Unchanging is permanent, as you know. And so when we get into the word permanent, we sometimes have a notion of eternal, forever, ongoing, forever the same. And Tibetan, sometimes it's a little simpler of, it's a changing reality, changing phenomenon, or it's unchanging, like that. So most everything, as we say, is changing, like that. And as a result, that denies permanence. Anything eternal, if you have the idea that eternal equates with unchanging, that it's always the same, Tibetan Buddhism doesn't have concepts like that because everything changes. So it's helpful to think about the terminology too when you think about permanence, impermanence, like that, to be a little bit more specific at times. So Gampopa taught there's 4 things to meditate on when we investigate the changing nature within ourselves. These are the 4 things: death, the characteristics of death is number 2. Number 3, the exhaustion of life. Number 4, separation. So we're going to reflect on these in this next meditation for the next half hour. We'll spend a few minutes on each one, like this. And anytime you're doing the meditations from the class, you can look at your screen. Some people like to print out a page. Any type of meditation at all, of any of the modules of Discovering Buddhism, you read a couple sentences. You may want to read the whole meditation at first to get familiar, But then there's natural breaks at times. You read a couple sentences, reflect, stop reading, close your eyes, go in, reflect more deeply. When you come to a bit of an aha moment after the analysis, meaning after the analytical movement with the mind of analyzing something, you may come to a deeper aha, juicier moment where suddenly that point is being driven home in a sense. Then you want to take your concentration, you want to focus there on that to deepen that experience. Again, that's how we combine analytical meditation with placement meditation, or a meditation like calm abiding, shine. So let's reflect. Master Gampopa, first thing, to meditate on death, dealing with the impermanence of ourselves, to meditate on death, think, I myself cannot stay long in this world and will have to go to the next life. Just repeat that in your mind over and over. I myself cannot stay long in the world and will have to go to the next life. I will myself cannot stay long in this world and will have to go to the next life. Please reflect. Notice what these words bring up in your mind. I myself cannot stay long in this world and will have to go to the next life. And reflect again. These meditations are meant to be done again and again and again to deepen your experience, so you can go back in your mind to the meditation on impermanence we've done a little earlier. Just get that sense of the changing nature of your internal reality, your external reality. As you contemplate, I myself cannot stay long in this world and will have to go to the next life. Think about the meditation we've just done on the continuity of consciousness. I cannot stay long in this world and will have to go on to the next life. We've had previous lives before this one, causing and informing this life, causing and informing this life. Think about that meditation again in relation to this contemplation from Master Gampopa? Let's look at the next contemplation. To meditate on the characteristics of death, think, my life ends. This breath ceases. This body becomes a corpse. And this mind has to wander in different places. Again, my life ends. This breath ceases. This body becomes a corpse. And this mind has to wander in different places. Think about the different places we have come from based on ego and attachment. Think about those you've known who have died. Watching the last breath, the body still, the luster leaving the body in death. And again, this mind has to wander in different places. Meditate on those characteristics of death for a moment. Contemplate. And understanding this is a natural course of life. The natural event in our lives. You have concept of reincarnation, Tibetan Buddhism teaches. You have been through this countless times before. Rather than gripping and having fear about this event that's definitely coming, let's make the most use of our lives right now. We have every perfect opportunity right now. We can do this. Let's look at the third contemplation. Meditate on the exhaustion of life and think, from last year until now, 1 year has passed. And by that amount, my life has become shorter. From that last month to this, 1 month has passed. My life is that much shorter. From yesterday to today, 1 day. And by this much, my life is shorter. The moment that just passed right now is the passing of 1 moment. By that measure, my life is shorter. Just think about this fleeting nature of time. When we're 8 years old, 1 year seems forever because it's an eighth of our life. When you're 60, it's a 60th of your life. And that's what it feels like. My grandmother at age 90 said a day was on and off the light switch for her. That fast. Time is relative. It will feel like it's passing more quickly as we age. Think about the fleeting nature of it and how much shorter this current life is by the passing of that time. Please reflect on that. And just feel that exhaustion of life. Life is being exhausted as we sit here right now. Let's think about the fourth contemplation, separation. Separation. And just think right now, whatever I have, my relatives, my wealth, this body, like that I cherish so much, that I spend so much time dealing with. None of this can accompany me forever. None of it. One day soon, I will have to separate from them. Again, Think of the amount of time you spend dealing with your body, that you're worried about one little lump, one little change of skin thing, coloring your hair, what kind of clothes that look good on you. On and on and on we spend, endless with the body. Think about your relatives, family, friends, dear to you. Certainly important to one degree, but they cannot accompany you into the next life. You may meet people again with a similar karma, but the actual being that you know now will be gone forever. Separation again. Think about this. Your house, your belongings. How many people have been cleaning out houses and downsizing during the pandemic, cleaning out parents' homes, taking care of aging parents, so forth. And all this stuff, as some people say, you spend 40 years accumulating stuff, right? Then you spend 20 years getting rid of it. But think about what you are attached to. None of it is going with you. None of it. Doesn't matter if you have a casket and they put something in the box. Subtle consciousness goes on without any of that stuff, without any of those beings. Just the karmic seeds of those connections, but none of those beings. One day soon, just contemplate, I'll have to separate from all of them. Please contemplate. Feel right now in your heart, based on these 4 contemplations, death, the characteristics of death, the exhaustion of life and separation. You generate a bit in your heart. I'm really going to wake up my practice. Really going to devote my life as much as I can to creating positive imprints. Positive imprints that will quickly move me along this path to a place where I'm unlimited in benefiting all living beings. Please feel free to generate that determination in your heart. Those 4 contemplations come from Master Gampopa's The Jewel Ornament of Liberation. So, like our Lamrim, Stages of the Path, from Lama Tsongkhapa, originally from Master Atisha, from A Lamp for the Path, each of the Tibetan traditions has their own type of Lamrim, and in the Kagyu tradition, it's from Master Gampopa, The Jewel Ornament of Liberation. The Nyingma tradition has words from my perfect teacher, or words of my perfect teacher, I forget. And the Sakya tradition has the Lamdre, similar like that. Okay. Just take a moment to sit quietly and notice any bubbles arising in your mind, any thoughts coming up from the meditation so far. Also, it is normal when doing these meditations, if the mind gets a little sad, a little depressed, it's very normal in these meditations for that to happen. It's actually a good sign, even though it's uncomfortable and may not feel great. But again, use that to motivate your practice. Sometimes in our practice, we have meditations on bodhicitta and things that lift the mind up, or on precious human rebirth, rejoicing. And sometimes we need meditations to sober us a bit and to bring us down to reality, to think about what's happening, what's coming. So there's a nice balance, actually. And I also find that if you are meditating or just living your life and you find at times you can't concentrate and you're distracted, or you're feeling a lot of pride, death meditation is humbling and brings you down. Everybody dies. This is going to happen to you. So it really does. Sometimes we need things like that when you're meditating. Other times, if you're very drowsy and you're sluggish and feeling very depressed, precious human rebirth lifts the mind up. So it's nice to know different meditations that you need to insert at different times in your practices. The next meditation we're going to do now is reflecting on the 6 disadvantages of not remembering death, not remembering impermanence in death, and the 6 advantages to considering impermanence in death throughout your life right now. So once again, just recall that motivation and think from Lama Zopa Rinpoche, the purpose of my life is to lead all sentient beings from suffering to enlightenment. But in order to do it, I have to get enlightened first. I have to get enlightened myself. So reaching enlightenment depends on contemplating the graduated path to enlightenment, doing these meditations, and includes realizing impermanence in death. So just think, I'm going to meditate on this right now, this particular meditation, right, for that purpose, to eventually get enlightened, to benefit all living beings. Let's look at the 6 disadvantages. Okay. First disadvantage of not remembering death is I won't remember the Dharma. I won't remember the Dharma. So think, if I don't if I don't remember death, just contemplate. I won't be afraid of death. If I'm not afraid of death, I won't really have any motivation to practice Dharma. And instead, there's a great chance I'm going to waste a lot of this precious life in worldly pursuits, following attachment, focused only on the comfort of this life, working constantly for money to feed sense pleasures, amassing a lot of stuff, building reputation, and a lot of other useless things that are only really beneficial in this life. If I don't practice Dharma, there's a chance I'm going to completely waste a lot of this precious human rebirth. Please contemplate that. And again, it's not about just being afraid of death. It's not about generating fear for you and making more fear in your life, because a lot of people suffer from anxiety, things like that. It's using the fear to motivate a practice. A lot of people have fear of death. You don't want to have it only at the death time where you never thought about it. This is a way to think about, if I don't think about death now, am I going to think about the Dharma? So please contemplate. And just consider what's realistic for you right now, the current life you have. And I know for some of you, there are great, great challenges going on. Physical, mental. So many beings like that on the planet struggling right now. Is there one realistic adjustment you could make in your life right now that gives you a little bit more ability to practice Dharma? Can you do? And realistically, can you set that determination for yourself that you will get this started now? Second disadvantage, not remembering death. Even if you remember to practice Dharma, you put it off. Have you ever done that? I'll do it later. I'll get that program started later. I'll tune into the Zoom programs next month. You keep putting it off. So just think, if I don't maintain constant awareness of death, if I don't think about it now and then, even though I remember to practice Dharma, I'll keep procrastinating. How many of you are good procrastinators? Postponing practice. If I don't remember death, just think, I'll always have the thought, I have tomorrow to practice. I'm not going to die today. I have tomorrow. I'll practice tomorrow. I'll practice next week. I'll get the altar sorted next month. I'll get the right cushion next year. I'll get into the programs next year. Because I have to finish my studies. I need to get that job. I need to sort the medical thing. I want to save some money first. I want a relationship. I want to have kids. I want to get a house. I want to get the car. I want to get that sorted. I want to clean out that closet. Then I'll start. So everything else, if I don't think about death, becomes more important. And I end up spending my whole life in worldly pursuits. I run the risk of dying without having some great Dharma seeds planted in my consciousness. Please contemplate that. And as you do this, think about, again, slight realistic adjustments you can make to change that up if you're not spending enough time with your Dharma practice. Let's look at the third disadvantage, not remembering impermanence and death, is of remembering to practice, not putting it off, but the practice you do is not very pure. It's tainted by attachment and focused on the 8 worldly dharmas. Things like avoiding pain and going after pleasure, gain and loss, praise and blame, having a good reputation, having a bad reputation. So meaning you might sit down to practice, but you're all focused on how great your altar looks. You're all focused on somebody's coming over, so you want to make sure they see the altar as if you're really practicing a lot. I know people that do that. There's a famous story of a great meditator in ancient days who his benefactor was coming. So he made sure that the altar was gleaming and special, and he wanted to impress the benefactor of like, look at the altar, you see what kind of practice I'm doing. because the altar shows nothing about your mind necessarily. And then right before the benefactor came, he realized it was just serving the 8 worldly dharmas. So he threw a bunch of dust on the altar and realized that wasn't pure practice. So just think about this third disadvantage of thinking, if I allow myself to fall under the control of attachment, of the desire to receive material things for comfort, for fame and praise, and an aversion to not receiving material things, being uncomfortable if I'm criticized. So even when I do my Dharma practice, my motivation's more concerned with the comfort of this life. And that poisons your Dharma practice. So whether I'm practicing charity, keeping precepts, studying, meditating, whatever it is, it's still poisoned by attachment and aversion. So whatever Dharma I try to practice is still impure and really not Dharma. So think about that third advantage. If I don't really think about death, I get more focused on, again, worldly activities and the comfort of this life. Please contemplate that. And here's the fourth disadvantage of the 6. Even if you practice Dharma, you don't practice seriously or continuously. You get easily distracted. The phone might be nearby, and then you hear the phone and you want to do that. You decide to search for something on the phone. So even if I remember to practice Dharma, and if I don't put it off, and even if I practice purely, after a short time, I get bored. I forget that death is coming. I forget that there's an exhaustion of life. I get bored and I want to do something else. Something else, my mind says this will be more fun for this present life, for the comfort of this present life, not investing in future lives, not planting those seeds in my consciousness for positive experiences in the future. And then if I don't get immediate results from my practice that I like, if I don't have clear realizations, clear visualization, if I'm not finding enough peace of mind, if I fail to achieve any deep realizations, deep understanding, I get discouraged and give it up. I'm going to do this other thing. This is fun. This is simply the fault of attachment to the comfort of this life that comes from not remembering impermanence and death. So think about, if this is a situation with you, what can you do to fine tune, to make some realistic adjustment? Please contemplate that. Fifth disadvantage of not remembering impermanence and death is making no effort to control the negative mind, so we easily create negative karma. Think about this. If I don't remember death, that death can come at any moment, I very easily allow myself to fall under the influence of attachment to pleasure, being with someone, possessing something. So instead of thinking I shouldn't really give into attachment because I could die at any moment, if I die with strong attachment in my mind, there's a good chance I can take a lower rebirth. So I allow myself to fall under the control of attachment. And when I get angry, because I've forgotten about death and impermanence, I don't try to control the anger. I don't think. Anger is a very dangerous negative mind. It destroys all my merit, causes lower rebirth. Since I can die at any moment, if I die with strong anger in my mind, very difficult to get a good rebirth. So as a result, I allow myself to fall under anger because it's a habit. So not remembering death, I might think, I'm not going to die soon. I'm not going to die today. It doesn't matter. I can always purify later. So again, it's a shortcoming of not remembering impermanence and death. Just think about if this is your habit. Again, what realistically can you do to change that up? Please contemplate that. The sixth disadvantage of not remembering death is that when you die, you may die with much worry, much fear, much regret. So if I don't think about death now, just think about this. I may not be prepared when it actually comes. I won't be able to die with a positive, virtuous mind. I may be afraid. My mind may be full of regret. I may then be thinking about all the time I've wasted, things I didn't do. So it's very hard to remember Dharma and even practice now while I'm relatively healthy, have somewhat control of my faculties. So what chance will I have to generate a positive attitude at the time of death when I may not have any control over my body and mind? And all those negative imprints that I've created this life, previous lives, are suddenly starting to manifest. So think for a moment. Right now, what regrets might you have if you died today? Is there anything you can do to change that, to actually get going on some of those things that you might regret? Just contemplate that. So please just pause for a moment, just from looking first at the 6 disadvantages before we look at the advantages. You can just open your eyes for a moment. Just notice awareness of your mind, anything that's rising up right now. And just look with equanimity, just observing. So let's look at the 6 advantages of thinking about death and impermanence. Number 1, it's most beneficial. So remembering death makes the whole life meaningful, gives it great purpose. You can be mindful of your practice. You can be mindful to transform your actions, body, speech, and mind. Even what would be normally considered worldly can turn into Dharma practice. And understanding that life is short, the exhaustion of life is happening, I can be aware that I have to make every moment a step closer to enlightenment. Because each moment that passes without being transformed into Dharma is a moment, an opportunity lost forever. So just think about the benefits. And it's not that we're walking around every moment just saying to everybody, oh, you're going to die soon. I'm going to die soon. That's not the point. It's you keep somewhat of awareness of that in your own life. It's about you and your mind. It's not about fixing other people's minds. It's you and your mind in relation to the planet. But if I have some awareness of death, I can make benefit in my life. So just contemplate that for a moment. Let's look at the second advantage. If I remember death and impermanence, my Dharma practice can become powerful, not only beneficial, but powerful. Remembering death is one of the most powerful and effective ways in which I can uproot delusion and negative mind states. So the real practice of Dharma comes from, are you harming delusion in your mind? That's what it's about. Are you countering delusion in your mind? It's the only thing we want to harm, that, to transform delusion in the mind. So remembering death is incredibly powerful for that, because I may be short-circuited from going down the negative path, creating another habit there. And you might even say at the moment, it's very difficult for me to meditate on emptiness, let's say, when strong anger or attachment arises, especially right in the moment. But remembering that I could die at any moment, I can think about that, at least interject that as an effective way of kind of bringing me to my senses, realizing I don't need to get angry at that person. If I was dying, actively dying at this moment, would I be arguing with this person about this? Would I be concerned about this? So when anger arises, you can think, I could die right now. How ridiculous to be angry about this thing. How ridiculous to leave another angry imprint in my mind, or another attached imprint of attachment in my mind, or grasping. What a waste of my precious human rebirth. As much as possible, I'm going to use that power of thinking of death and impermanence to try to reduce the three poisons in my mind and the other delusions. Okay? So remembering impermanence and death is equally powerful in subduing any other delusion. They say it's like pouring cold into boiling water. So the boiling water is subdued, transforms. Contemplate that, the power of thinking of death and impermanence in your life. Let's look at the third, fourth, and fifth advantages. The third is it's important at the beginning of our practice. And the fourth is once we've set out on the Dharma path in the middle of our practice, and the fifth is at the end of our practice. Let's look at the third one. The purpose of my life is to practice Dharma. The reason I was born human is so many previous lives I've created this merit to get into this human life that has met the Dharma. That's what makes it perfect or precious. Not just a human life, but one that connects with Dharma teachings, that can practice Dharma. So because of all this merit, I've got a perfect human rebirth this time. So if I don't practice Dharma, I waste all this incredible effort that I've made in previous lives. It's like squandering a fabulous inheritance. Okay. So since at any time I can die, I must start practicing Dharma immediately. Think about that now as to motivate this practice, get it going. Just contemplate that for a moment. And think about it also in relation to your starting something new in your practice, like a beginning there. And this fifth advantage, sorry, the fourth advantage, once we're on the Dharma path, how do we sustain? Some of you have been at this for a while. Practice gets stale, you get bored. Okay, so what difficulties arise now that I'm practicing and studying? What helps by remembering death and impermanence? So that's still there, death and impermanence. So can I continue to reflect on that to keep the practice rich and consistent? And again, no matter how hard it is, think about this. No matter how hard it is to understand teachings on emptiness and some of the other more profound topics, no matter how hard it is to get up early, if I do, keep that meditation practice going, maybe to take precepts, to do some retreat, to battle delusions, to develop shine, single point of concentration. Okay. Remembering impermanence and death will allow me eventually to accomplish all these virtuous activities. Please contemplate that. Sixth advantage. Sorry, the fifth advantage. By remembering death and impermanence, you are able to complete your Dharma practice and attain enlightenment. Milarepa said, "Through fear of death, I fled to the mountains, where I realized the nature of the mind. Now death holds no fear for me." So just as mindfulness of death allowed him to remain in these incredibly harsh circumstances and complete all the difficult, austere practices, we don't need to go to live in those austere conditions, okay? But in the same way, just think it can help me approach the end of the path. Just think, may I become like that? Contemplate that, please. And just really feel I can do this. And the sixth advantage of remembering death and impermanence is it allows you to die happily without regret. And just think, as long as I remember Dharma, I'll keep practicing and may even become like the great practitioners for whom death is a picnic. Even if I don't become like that, just think, even if I'm not looking forward to death like some of the great yogis and yoginis did. And the reason they looked forward to death was simply because they were unencumbered by the gross levels of consciousness and body. So they could do these higher level meditations because they rehearsed it again and again and again. They were ready, okay? However, even if we're not at that level and not looking forward to death, I just think I can still die with the confidence that I won't be reborn in lower realms. I'll be able to practice. I'll get a precious human rebirth. I'll continue to build and evolve on the merit that I've continued to create. And if not any of that, at least I'll be able to die without feeling regret that I've wasted my life. Just contemplate that for a moment. So from all the meditations we've done so far in this Daylong, let's dedicate whatever positive experiences we've had, whatever merit we've created, may we invest that in our quickly getting enlightened to benefit all living beings. May we also invest it in our, if we can't do formal meditation a lot during the day, at least we can keep some awareness of impermanence and death as we go through our daily activities that will help us build and develop a richer, consistent Dharma practice. Please dedicate in that way. So we are going to take a 1-hour break. And I wanted to just ask while we're here right now is how many of you have wanted to complete the Death and Rebirth module? Can you just put your hand up? Is there anybody here? Okay, so you're just joining to do these meditations, which is brilliant. Okay, wonderful. I just thought because when we come back, we're going to have some discussion, questions and answers related, but if you wanted to do the completion, I might be presenting a few questions for you to present, and it helps you really learn, what did I learn and how can I play it back for people? So it can be really helpful in general. We might do some of that as well, just to give you some experience. Right now, how's everybody doing? And are there any questions so far right now? Anything just based on what we've done this morning? But we'll have time after the break. So let's take an hour break. Thank you so much for your great meditation, for your great energy. It's always a little bit harder to do this online, but I have led some other retreats online, and I really, really appreciate your patience and your effort and your concentration and keeping the boundaries of our nice retreat day. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Venerable. And I just wanted to add that for myself anyway, I've got a feeling there's going to be plenty of questions by the time I've digested everything through my break, but it's like so much that I'm not ready to ask questions. I'm suspecting there are others in the same space.
No problem. And when you take the break, again, because we're technically in retreat, you know, look at trying to maintain, like, be mindful of your activities. Keep death and impermanence there. Again, this, if you're having a snack, if you're having lunch, this could be my last bite. This could be my last lunch. I'm another lunch closer to death. I'm another Saturday closer. I'm another weekend. You can keep that heightened and just reflect on any of the things coming up in your mind that have been triggered by the meditations we've done, and just watch the mind going through its various activities like that.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. See you in an hour.
So this is once again a good time to consider your motivation. Just once again, check in with your mind. How's it going? Allow yourself a few deeper inhalations and exhalations. And just reestablish a positive motivation. How is everyone doing? And please let me know of any questions, comments, anything you've noticed from the break time.
I was trying to
Venerable.
keep track of the hour, Venerable, and watch each moment as it went by, and then all of a sudden it was gone.
So each moment was gone.
Yeah.
That's how it is, isn't it? That's right. And it's helpful to bring a little bit of that into each day if you can. I find when you can to find the succulence in being present sometimes, right? And also, don't you notice, some of you notice that you're having a really good moment, but your mind is off in the next moment. Like your plan, okay, what are we doing next? Or where did I just come from? Or what, you know, what's the next thing we're going to be doing? So what about, can we just stay there in the right now? Appreciating and seeing who's there with you, if there is anyone.
Mhm.
Are we actively listening to them when they're expressing, or am I just so concerned with the next thing I need to say and not really hearing? And so many jewel-like precious present moments. So I find that can help us also appreciate the life right now unfolding. I noticed, some of you know, I just drove across the states with a friend. And because some people asked me to document, to kind of see where we were, and I wanted to do it in a timely fashion. So sometimes there was something really beautiful or something unfolding, and I'd find myself behind the phone trying to get the picture, you know, missing. And then I'd stop and kind of put the phone away, and then I'd kind of take in, like, here's a large wild animal crossing the road right now, you know, just being there with that. So I think we need reminders of that because of the technology. And a lot of people get distracted, you know, by the technology. So thank you, Colleen. Please, whoever, Ross.
Howdy. So very good to see you. Thank you very much.
So great to see you.
I was interested over the lunch to think about the point you had made about the 6 disadvantages to not remembering death. And the first one, that you don't remember the Dharma. And to be afraid of death, sort of, but not, you know, with fear, use it to motivate. And the idea of don't waste the time you have. And so the thing I was thinking about, I was just curious, is that I think I spent a lot of my pre-disability life overachieving stuff, if you will, overachieving, feeding my ego and all the other things that we do. And I want to feel motivated around practicing the Dharma. And I don't know, you know, a couple of hours on a bad day and maybe 4 or 5, you know, hours of practice on a good solid day where I'm doing all of my stuff. How do I, you know, not get stuck in this notion of waste, but not replace overachieving stuff with overachieving Dharma practice? Isn't there infinite time? And that I should, you know, I'm just trying to find like a chill middle way, sort of, if that makes any sense.
Yes, absolutely. Great question too. We have to try to strike a balance based on our own lifestyles. Some people have more time. Some people have full-on jobs with families, raising kids. So you really have to assess what's realistic and make it happen. And I'd say with people that are busier, because there was something in the meditation about, and you spend all this time making money, and you need money to live. That's a reality. You can't just ignore having some income to support yourself, or, you know, if nobody's supporting you. And so looking at that in a balanced way, like, and I know many working people that work long hours, but they get up an hour earlier, they find a way to set that hour in the morning off, and they get home from work, and before they eat dinner, they practice. Because once you eat dinner, if you're someone who eats dinner in the evening, then you're tired. You know, then you're you go, oh, I'll practice after dinner, but then you get really tired. And so just finding those ways, like the way people fit in exercise, a balance. But again, you may not be able to do the 5 or 6 hours a day until later you retire, your kids are grown, they're out of the house. I've seen people then making time to get to a retreat center. Obviously the pandemic has changed some of that, but again, if we get past this, when they open. And there was a working mom, a single working mom, when I was at Milarepa, who came about 3 times a year for a weekend. And she just knew that those meditation weekends were key. So she set it up with extended family members to watch her 3 kids. And she came. And like, I know a lot of single parents go, oh, I can't because I have kids. She knew that was a priority in best rearing her kids. And I was so impressed with her that she did it. So, you know, it's kind of that balance. And then also acknowledging, let's say, perhaps your case of being an achiever, which is great. Nothing wrong with that. It's just how attached we get to it, of identifying the Ross who accomplished this, this, and this, that's not so necessary, but then focus it and drive it into your Dharma practice, because you have the habit of being successful at what you've done, being very successful. So now it's kind of like, I can put that into the practice, but not overly attaching to, well, then I need to show everybody what a great practitioner I am. Like, it's just you and your mind again. And if you're noticing, wow, there's a little incident of attachment coming up, but I applied the antidote and I learned what the antidote was. I wasn't sure for a while. Then I read this book and I learned, and then a little bit of anger came up and I learned, or a big anger came up, and then I learned how to pacify that. That's your exciting, strides right now. Those are your milestones to rejoice at that success. That's fantastic. And have some rejoicing where, and I in running centers before and then talking with some of the people involved with centers right now out here in California, and hearing people, like, you accomplish something, you get the sink fixed, let's say, you get the new stove in the kitchen, and you hire the new person to do that. Great. And then you're just on to the next thing. Like, no time to kind of say, that was a really good program we offered this weekend, or that was a nice meditation morning. So that's really important too in our own practice, is acknowledging, oh, I got an extra hour in today. I didn't think I'd have the time, but I did it. And it won't happen every day. And some days are going to be shorter. You're jamming more in. Hey, that's reality. So I think, does that speak to you of?
It does, yeah. And I think I don't know, I was very much reflecting on how the circumstances of my life that others might view as unfortunate actually can be pretty awesome. And like that thing you just said about the practical aspect of making money, not for me, not anymore. I mean, I fought 3 years to get disability, and now I have this lovely little fixed income, which is enough to eat off of, but not a lot extra. But I literally don't have that as a concern. And so when you list those different things, I think that notion of finding the middle way around not wasting versus being too rah-rah makes a lot of sense. So yeah, that resonates with me very much. Thank you.
And really rejoice at what you're doing, and then acknowledge realistically, there's going to be days you might not be able to do much practice because of your situation.
I've got the little prayers
what?
on the wall.
Yeah,
So,
and that's as good as we'll get. That's it. So I mean, sometimes, and it's a little bit of accepting that, where rather than raging against it, why is it like this way? It's like there's purification happening. That's a practice too. But some of that acceptance and just making prayers with Tonglen.
Yeah.
If you're suffering, you're experiencing something extreme and you can't practice, at least I can take on everybody else's junk. And sometimes that's the best it gets for people. And that's great. I mean, to have your mind focused on Tonglen is pretty significant. So again, maybe you can create that habit too when the days aren't going that well. Like that.
Thank you.
And rejoice at what you are doing.
Mm.
I mean, I think about you most days and have you, and I think you're giving it your best shot. That's all you can do. Yeah. You're here right now. That's pretty significant. So I rejoice. Thank you.
Venerable, it's Jane. You're right about.
Of course, it's Jane. So lovely to see you here.
You're right about eating dinner and being exhausted. My day starts really early, and I'm practically asleep before I get to bed. So, in the third contemplation, we talked about karmic seeds going forward, and into my mind came the importance of purification, which is very hit and miss in my life. And so I have decided today to move my practice, my Vajrasattva practice, out of the bedroom and into the living room, so that before I start to get really tired, I can purify. And you know, if I get nothing more out of today, and I've already got a lot, but if I hadn't got anything more than that, Venerable Amy, that's big for me.
So the living room is more before you get into the kind of sleeping mode in your bedroom, you're saying, right? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I think we have to be realistic of when we can practice what's going to work. And we also develop habits really quickly, and sometimes bad habits, but also good habits. And like, for instance, I know people, they come home from work and they say they're just going to have a half an hour TV, but it goes on. And then they start, oh, I'll grab something to eat in front of the TV, and there goes their evening, you know, for TV watchers. Like, it's hard to get out of that habit. So again, if you like, you do need to change up your practice over time. I've like just reoriented in the past year some prayers, the order that I did things in. You try that, and it's kind of worked better for me. So again, you may move a room and kind of say, you can do your Vajrasattva practice sitting on a couch or in another space, and if that works, you know, great.
Thank you. Yes, I can. And also thank you for being with us today and for doing this day-long practice. I so appreciated it. I know everybody does.
Sure, thank you. I really enjoy.
And when I
Thank
say
you
moving
also
into the
to
living
Land of
room,
Medicine
I
Buddha
mean,
for hosting and making the
yes,
space. And I
that's
know we have
right.
another DB module coming up in October on karma.
Ah, good.
It starts October 14th. So if you're interested, you know, slightly different time than the last one, but, you know, check out the website, and then we'll have another series of that with hopefully another meditation day on that. Because it's
That's
good to just
beautiful.
keep something consistent. There's a lot of rich teachings all over the internet now, so it's hard to pick and choose. But if you want to do the DB things, that's nice as well. So
It is. It is. And I just want to say, when I say move my practice into the living room, I'm talking about, you know, sitting on a proper chair and doing my practice before I get really tired. That's what I mean.
yep,
Not going to bed or going to my bedroom and then trying to practice. It's not working for me.
right, right. And some people might move their actual sitting place, like you said, to another room. If you and again, sometimes it takes a little while to figure out the best space for yourself. Like it took me a while at my parents' house. You know, it's a house, 3 bedrooms, but I just never felt like moving any of their furniture. It was just too much of a hassle, and it was just kind of there, and we weren't sure what we were doing with the house. And so, you know, the room I had, and there was a lot of furniture in the room, so it was really hard to figure out. And then I finally just emptied half of a closet. Like, it was a little bit of a hassle, but then I got used to it, and then I had this really nice little sitting space that creates, so you can always move it again and move it around. And I just settled into this room, so suddenly it was a new thing of where, you know, and sometimes you just have to make do with the best. Like, nothing's perfect if depending where you're staying and things, and then slowly over time you can kind of say, oh, at some point I'll get another table, or I'll get a little stool for that, and you build it over that time till you feel. And then if it's not comfortable, try a different direction. Some people do that. They feel the direction is pivotal. And you can sit on a chair. You don't need to be cross-legged on it if that doesn't work for your knees or your hips. You know, and just find that the main thing is find a comfortable seat, and someplace conducive that invites you, that you want to sit there. That's a key part. And also the bedroom thing, it could be that as soon as you go in there, Jane, you get tired and you go, oh, maybe I'll just lie down. You know, that's things. But some people don't have space, so the bedroom's the only place, and you just have to experiment and try.
I'm
Don't
very
wait too
fortunate.
long
I
where
do.
we're spending months waiting and trying, and you're not practicing. Like, sometimes you just sit down on your butt and get there. Like, it doesn't matter. And then the space will evolve around that as well. So you don't want to just keep waiting, and you don't need anything elaborate.
Thank
Like,
you.
I know people
I
that were
can
like,
create.
once I get my job, then I get the paycheck, then I'll buy the big table, and you don't need anything expensive
No.
at all.
I can create that space right here. Thank you so much, and I shall.
Thank you. Kath.
I'm always a bit shy about Can you hear me okay?
Mhm.
Yes. With which I'm asking questions when I'm hosting, but I don't know. Yeah, this is a very, it's quite a raw topic for me because I recently lost someone very dear to me. It's funny, just as I said that, the cat shrieked in the background somewhere, kind of almost in empathy, perhaps. I guess what I want to ask about, I've been consolidating. It's about horror, because I was just, you were discussing, making your meditation space inviting and stuff. I've always had this problem in my Dharma practice of having a very strong rebel streak in my being that just, I think it's because I was exposed to some rather mean Catholic nuns when I was really little. I mean, there's some karmic imprints for you, I guess. But it's just, the topic of death and impermanence, especially when you've actually lost, a beloved father and a beloved brother, etc. And then you start to notice, as you say, you start to notice these people that you love disappearing. And I'm aware as I say these things that, there's a lot of thwarted attachment in my pain. And but it's just, I just get overwhelmed, and then I just want to run away from all of this. And I mean, ironically, right now I'm in the Cayman Islands, and when I heard you talking about the sense pleasures, I mean, I'm here because my brother lives here and he's not wildly hedonistic, but I have some confusion about, I don't know, the pain of the samsaric condition, and kind of how to make this soft and palatable enough not to just throw an epic tantrum and run away from Dharma practice. I'm sorry, that's a rather basic question, but
Yes, no, that's great.
Where I am, sadly.
Yes, no, perfect. It's perfect where you are. It's not, and I think that's something I got into some years ago. It's perfect where you are. Do you know what I mean, everybody? Like we're always trying to fix, and it's got to, waiting to this. And there's some people I also know who are complainers, like constant complainers. Not you, Kath, I'm not referring to you, but I'm just saying, and what if we come from this premise, it's perfect where we are? Now, granted, this is samsara, so it's not perfect, but meaning I'm going to use everything. Can I use whatever's presenting itself? And what happens is, if so many people I know have suffered severe horror in their life, you might label it horror, abuse, all kinds of terrible addictions and abuse based on addictions, and on and on. You know the stories. You've lived through some of them. You know people like that. And so again, if we stay mired in it, I keep returning to motivation. How can I help? So if you want to say, Kath, there's many, many people like you on the planet experiencing what you're experiencing, similar, and experiencing far worse than what you're experiencing. So my heart really goes out to these beings of the pain. There's a lot of pain on the planet. The pandemic's caused even more pain. There's natural disasters now causing more pain that may get worse. But if I stay gripped in the fear, then that creates paralysis. Then I can't help anybody. So I can't help myself, for one. And if I can't help myself to evolve more, there's no way I'll help anyone. So I keep that motivation fresh. That's why I just said when we started again, hey, let's reestablish our motivation. Like I think about it through the day, and I especially have patterned myself now to think about it when I'm not happy. Like when you're happy, okay, great. Bodhicitta, great. That works really well. But when I'm not happy, and meaning not happy could be minor. Somebody cuts in front of me when I'm driving. That's minor. But you see people get tweaked. You see people you see somebody behind you and they're all angry at you just because you got in the wrong lane, you didn't know. Now I have a little advantage because I have out-of-state plates. driving California. Like I'm a little bit like, hey, I'm not from here. I don't know. But that's minor. But then you have major things. You're working with somebody who's just harassing you. That you just don't know what to do with that energy, or abuse, or things will happen. You become ill. You become severely ill and are racked with pain all day long. That's pretty intense. So again, like those moments, my motivation, which is very hard to bring up when you're really ill. So again, the motivation, and you have pain through loss of your brother, loss of a dear person. And again, like how many people have lost people like that? So instead of just me, which is normal, you need to take care of yourself. You need to do good stuff for yourself and have supportive people around you helping with that process of grief. But then a bigger turn, broader, there's other people experiencing this. Like we're in this together. Not that I know them, but I want to have my mental focus of I've got to keep going on the path. I've got to keep investing in my practice for them, for me and them. And the other thing is to know right now for yourself the extra care you need because of the grief cycle. So it's a normal, and honestly, all the work I've done, it's a normal 2-year cycle, but it's different for everybody. So if there's a sudden death, if it's a very tragic death of a young person, if it's a tragic death of somebody losing a child, those are some of the worst deaths. If it's death of suicide, somebody kills themselves. If it's a death, for instance, in your case of, this very symbiotic relationship, of like, it can go longer. But the other thing is, it's important to know the grief ends. There's people that are identified by the grief for the rest of their lives. And then you become a victim. So I find that the victimhood doesn't benefit anybody. It's always, woe is me, this is happening to me. And there's a big rumination around the self that solidifies the self. So we want to try to have the grief, have the period. There's no set time. You don't want to be rushed, but you don't want it to like in 10 years, you're still there. Like it should be, yes, I've learned, I understand. And there's certainly over life, we have sad moments. Absolutely. Sad moments. I mean, I noticed with my parents, my mom died over 10 years ago. I miss her every day, right? And there's times when something will happen, always around Mother's Day. I forget sometimes, but always around Mother's Day, I just notice some kind of melancholy. And I'm not usually a depressed person, but I'll think, what's going on? Like, and then I go, oh, it's Mother's Day. I miss my mother. That's all. Like I acknowledge it, and I might, like when I was living near, I'd go to her grave, I'd get some flowers, or I'd put flowers in the kitchen because I was living in their house. I'd mark it. I'd do something, but something uplifting, or something. One time I was donating to a food bank, and then they said, oh, do you have any name you want to leave? And I left my mother's name. Like I could honor. So there's little rituals we can always do throughout life without being a victim of it, without being held hostage by, I'm choosing not to let this go. So it will always define and identify me. And that holds us back because there's all these beings that need your help. So all the beings who've lost, like the way you've lost, that need your help, that haven't met the Dharma, that don't even know where to begin. So you're way ahead of that. Way ahead of that. So I don't know if that speaks to you or helps how not to give into the paralysis of it's so overwhelming. We need to help. The world needs us. And I'm not making we're saviors, but we have some incredible tools of the Dharma that really helps people orient their minds in a better way.
Yeah.
What else is there?
I actually really appreciate the imagery of the flowers for your mother, that sort of thing, because that's a very affirming. Part of it is that you mention it, and I realize, I know in theory, yeah, of course, everyone loses someone, but you know, when it comes to my personal drama, it's like my pain, so to have it normalized is very helpful. The other thing that I think I've really appreciated about today, and I'm saying it to try and affirm it for myself, and some of it was, you know, the spirit that Jane was embodying as she spoke, is this, you phrased the question about what is it, what little adjustment can I make? And that brings me into a I can kind of space instead of this helpless, overwhelmed victim space. And I was enjoying listening to Jane, because I think sometimes when we're all in a group together, this parallel process is happening. And I was having a little aha moment about Vajrasattva too. So, you know, I feel, yeah, even from today, there are going to be some incremental changes that if I can actually remember this version of myself later, can actually happen. And then it's an I can space. And that's, yeah. So thank you. Yes, that did speak to me very much.
You're welcome.
And it's still, you know, yeah, it's rough. And, you know, this is what this is about, death and impermanence. It's intense topic.
Yes, yes. And also it for those of you that are like, I'm going to make this adjustment, don't beat yourself up if it goes along well for a couple of days and then the old habit grabs you back and you don't get to the practice, or you ended up, that's normal. But then you just start the next day. And then it go, you know, you get a day in and start, you just have to keep plodding along that to set that new pattern up, the new habit. And don't be too hard on yourself in the process, that it has to be perfect every day. And again,
Yes.
samsara is, sorry to inform you, it's a suffering mess. And yet do know we can get out of samsara. You're not stuck with this.
I always, that again must be my karmic patterning. I always forget that piece. I get stuck at the suffering bit. But
Right.
If I hear it often enough and meditate on it enough, then yeah, okay.
Really. And
I'll
like
keep
Jane
on
just,
keeping on.
yeah, absolutely. And Jane just put in the chat, begin again. So for me, every day I get up, it's begin again. Begin again. And I feel like a beginner, and begin again. Like, and also I love this moment, the coming into consciousness. I've mentioned this to several of you before. Coming into consciousness in the morning when you're waking up, either with alarm or naturally, but you know that moment you're waking up, is I just have a minute where I'm kind of like, how's the mind today? How's it going? Like simple, not, and there's no major like, oh, this or that. I'm just kind of observing, like, okay, pretty peaceful. Or oh, a little fragment of a dream. Oh, the light coming in the window. That just the simple little, how's it going? And then the next moment, here I am, planet Earth, a Dharma practitioner. That's pretty cool right now. That's all of you. That's all of you, I'd say. Not that I know all of you personally, but you're here. So you're some practice of Dharma. Yeah. So then I have a moment of like, that's great. That's pretty cool. And then you just build from there. But it's nice, those moments, to just check the mind, take a little pause at times. How's it going? Sometimes I'll notice, oh, sad, or, and you can just label without having a more of a story. Like it could be sad, tired, confused, but I don't need to elaborate. I'm just noting, oh, there's an experience. And you know, it's just a fleeting experience. I don't need more drama. And the more I focus attention on the negative, then that becomes a bigger sweeping story that creates that imprint in my mind. And then you start saying, I'm like that, you know, when no, it's just another mental experience passing through. I don't know if that's helpful, but that's usually some stuff I've done, training my mind of how to be more positive and like that. So
Thank you. It is immensely helpful. It's the just do it thing, you know.
It is really just do it at this point. And look at our planet, like we can't really wait anymore. And I'm not getting into an urgency. I'm not coming from a doom and gloom perspective. I'm like, look at our ages and things. I know we're different ages, but like, let's just do it now. Like, we can do it. We have enough info. I know some of you, you know, a bit, and we've had a lot of teachings. We know what we're, you know, let's just get down to it now. So,
I
and
very
but
much
of course,
enjoyed that inheritance analogy. I know it's in the Lambrim probably, but it's for some reason that really spoke to me. This like thinking of all of those past lifetimes and how we must have amassed this wealth on a certain level. That's very affirming.
I mean, really think about it. All of you, the 7 of you here right now, is it's significant to think of all the investment your past lives have made to get you here. It's pretty significant. So do we ever rejoice at that and think, wow? No, but what we're so focused on in the West is everything we've done wrong. Every mistake, every problem. It's like, but you got here. Well, why are we not? It's just a habit. We're not focused. We don't think about in that way. But somebody did a lot of work for you in the past. And I don't care how bad you're suffering right now. Somebody got you to the Dharma. That's huge. That's huge. So what we can do is, can I evolve a little bit more this time around? Can I make a little bit more, a little better imprints, whatever positive imprints, folding that in. But the fact that you got here, it's pretty impressive. I'm impressed. So like, take some time and rejoice. It's really a lot of work that your mind did. Nobody else did it. You did it. That those imprints are in your mind. So it's exciting. That.
You know, that brings up one other thing that came up for me during the lunch break. If this, I don't want to like, you know, hog the Q&A. It's about lower rebirth, I guess. It's like, again, I was actually just looking up at these kind of like fish things that my brother and his wife have on the wall. It's very Cayman Islands kind of thing, and thinking, oh my God, you know, I tend to have a rather Western approach to Tibetan Buddhism, so I don't necessarily think too much about things like animal rebirth and stuff. But when I start to really think about that as a potential trajectory for myself, again, I get really freaked out. But if I avoid the conversation, then that's not good either, right? Is it? I need to contemplate the fact that I could still, in my very imperfect yet hopefully improving form, I could still, you know, like mess up.
Well, I'll give you a thing I heard from His Holiness Song Rinpoche,
Yeah.
who I did not meet in his past life, but I do know the reincarnation well, who's in his 30s. And he'll teach at our centers again, I have a feeling. And he spent time at Land of Medicine Buddha as a child, 11 years old. In this life, he lived around the corner from Land of Medicine Buddha with the Keitans. And I know his attendant quite well. But in his past life, he was apparently quite stern and intense from what I heard from the students, but this is a highly realized being. And he said, just know that you're going to hell. He goes, then it's easier. So now granted, that doesn't sound easier to think of some suffering thing, but you know, we obsess and we worry and we have anxiety and maybe, so what if you just leave that premise? Like, that's where I'm going. Maybe it'll be better. Maybe it'll be better than that.
Well, also, you know,
it's not really worth the worrying. It's
yeah,
an idea to have concern that that's a possibility, lower realms of existence. But again, then if you want to quote His Holiness, what can you do about it? I can practice Dharma.
Yeah.
And then you assess, is there anything I can do about it? And if you decide there's nothing, then you leave it go. But if you decide, you know, I can practice Dharma, then just get to it.
You know, the minute you said that, I thought, oh, well, I better like start thinking more about the Siddhi kind of mindset, you know, the Bodhisattva who I'm sure most people here are familiar with that, who goes to the hell realms to help everyone. It's like, that sounds like a good insurance policy. So yeah, thank you. It's right. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, Chittagarbha, the Bodhisattva, who what Catherine's talking about was there are enlightened beings that choose to go to a hell realm just to help the beings there. But again, they're not suffering the way we would suffer like that. But certainly, again, it all comes down to that bodhicitta motivation. The good heart is wanting to get enlightened to benefit others is the crux of bodhicitta. And that's really the heart of our path. So the more we keep our mind focused there, and I know that since maybe the beginning of April, I had been contemplating this move to California based on advice from Lama Zopa Rinpoche to help these centers and Land of Medicine Buddha. And it was complicated. Not really from my side. I just couldn't, it was just complicated from the other. Could I help? Did they really want me to help? They wanted, then they didn't want, they wanted, they didn't want. Like, it was confusing. And it added some stress. And anytime I get stressed, then I just think of benefiting others. And I thought, well, if I can just help. And then all the problems went away. Like, when I was more about me and what's happening for me, what am I going to do? But when I just started thinking, well, I hope I can help students, or I hope I can help these centers. If they want the help, I'm certainly going to focus in that way. And then the problems were really minimal like that. So that bodhicitta motivation is such a key for our mind. The only suffering is when we're just glommed onto ourselves. Really attached to ourselves, not only the grasping, but the cherishing. So we have the wrong view of ourselves, and then we grasp onto it. That's all where all the suffering comes from.
I need to hear it a million times.
We all do. We all do. So we all get stuck in, and we do the best we can, really. And just knowing, because of samsara, our mind, the nature of our mind, it fluctuates. There's ups and downs. Our minds are not controlled enough. They're not trained enough. So we have to compassionately work within that framework, meaning compassion towards ourselves is so key. Lama Yeshe's famous quote is, be gentle with yourself, then you will be gentle with all others. It's so key that but Westerners just driving ourselves. It's just a habit of our culture, that we learn from parents, they learn from grandparents, aunts and uncles. And so fortunately we have mind training, the Dharma, that can retrain us in more positive thinking.
Thank you. No, it's the two things in our culture that from this conversation, it's the self-compassion and the absence of self-compassion as the tendency, and then the problem orientation. That's very striking.
Sure. And then also, I notice people in my life, there's a few drama kings and queens, I might call them, not really sure what to call them, but just people that have, and it's simply a habit in their mind where one little thing, and first of all, they sometimes are like, oh, which I find alarming when unless it's like a real emergency. But so they start there, and then they start going into, I'll put it, unpacking a drama, unfolding a tale of some woe that I'm not finding is really woeful. Is not, I'm not finding anything that dramatic. I mean, literally somebody recently, honestly, was like this, because of something they got stuck in their tooth. But again, it was a habit in their mind. That's how their mind is constantly making major dramas out of, so they have a habit. They need to have some emergency, which is all about the self, needing to be seen, heard, they're important. And it can also come from deep generational, familial things of never being heard or seen in your family, or being, so there's things like that can happen. So, but the thing is, this is our job to learn about who we are through the Dharma. That's the point of meditation, is to figure out what's going on in your mind. Learn, get to be, and then you get to be, this sounds cliche, friends with your mind, which means you're friends with yourself. So I can look at negativities in my mind, and now I have more humor, more ability to kind of joke, laugh, or just go, yeah, well, I do that. I'm more accepting of my mistakes too. It's like, because that's my gentleness. Like, because I'm doing my best. But sometimes I mess up. So I
Yeah,
find that
there's,
to be a
there's
little
no,
bit more
yeah,
gentle.
that's not a drama statement, is it? It's like, hey, sometimes I mess up. Okay.
Yeah. Hey.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sometimes I mess up. So
Yeah. Thank
because
you.
that's human nature. I'm a human, not a Buddha yet. That's my nature. So I accept that. That's reality for me. I didn't accept it years ago. And then I was rigid, driving myself, driving everybody crazy around me. That's not fun. That's not fun. So you can have fun on the path. You want to find joy.
Absolutely. That was
Find joy.
that was some of what I was thinking about in my lunchtime, kind of like floundering around, trying to figure out was, yeah, I want to find the joy. And
yeah, for everybody. I mean, try to find these instances where you are feeling joy in the practice, because sometimes it's a grind, right? Sometimes at night I'm too tired. I know I have to finish a practice. I'm really tired, and it becomes kind of a grind. I have certain commitments I have to do every day. So, but again, if you have mostly the joy in the practice, and then when you're out in the street and you're out in the supermarket or you're out meeting people, that joy comes through. And more people feel safe around you. You can help more people. They're more like that. So that's kind of what you see as holiness, just friends with everybody.
Yeah, I think there's something else you said this morning, which was something about the Dharma being, hang on one sec. It was about the Dharma being about, are you countering delusion? And it's very helpful for me with my kind of imprints around the Dharma to actually recognize that this is actually self-supporting. I mean, obviously not, the self is empty, but it's self-supporting in terms of nourishment. Yeah. And then it becomes wholesome instead of some kind of, painful thing.
That's right. And here's something for all of you. I want to ask you, we hear about this word renunciation as well. Big part of the Buddhist path, renunciation. And, this long fancy word. And you think of monks and nuns being renounced. And, we all have different levels of that. I mean, I just moved, and whatever fit in the car went, and whatever didn't. But I still felt like what was in the car was too much, and some people are like, it's not that much, And I remember one time Rinpoche came up to the little cabin at Vajrapani, and I felt like I had a lot of stuff, and Rinpoche said, this isn't so much, I mean, it's relative, depends what, but what do you think renunciation is actually? Anybody? What does that say to you when I say renunciation? Comes up for you?
Hi, Venerable. I
Hi,
would
my
say
dear.
Hi, thank you for today. By the way, I'm enjoying it immensely.
Lovely to have you here.
Thank you. I would say renunciation for me means not taking refuge in worldly things. Like I can enjoy them, but I'm not to seek my true happiness in that, like I would through the Dharma and the Sangha and the Buddha.
Cool. Yeah, great. Great. And the reason you're not taking refuge in worldly things is why? What do worldly things do?
They
Your experience.
they come to an end, and they're not fulfilling. It's chasing something that ultimately isn't striking at what I am looking for to cure that sense of unhappiness or that suffering. It may be momentarily, like maybe some like delicious food, and think, okay, this is it. This is what's going to make me happy, right? And maybe it does for a little bit, but then it shifts, and then I'm either hungry again, or maybe it gives me indigestion, or maybe maybe it wasn't an unpleasant experience, but that unhappiness is still there. And so, can I seek to rise above that clinging, I guess, to the worldly things, and constantly trying to have them fill some sort of void inside?
Yeah, lovely. Lovely. No, that's very, very nice. Thank you. That's great. What else comes up from people?
Thanks.
Renunciation. Love, very nice expression. Thank you.
For me, it's about enjoy, but still completely release. And so
So, sorry, enjoy,
but still completely release. And so a lot of, in my life, association with houses and cars and things, and that you can get very trapped into that both ways, that the absence of it can seem like just this shocking misery, but it's not. And that idea of, I love the way that you've begun a lot of online teachings by saying, are you here at this teaching? Well, you have internet access and you're in a house, and if it's not raining on you and if you ate food today, life's pretty good compared to several billion other people on the planet. And so to me, I think
right.
that's what I think of when you say renunciation, is the understanding that I can take joy in my present life. A cup of mint tea is absolutely badass, but that's not the actual source, and really releasing all of the things is what it really comes to mean to me.
Nice, really nice. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And also, you know, that simplicity Ross is kind of getting back to is like just the 8 of us here right now. And you know, we have a lot of stuff, a lot of good, comfortable stuff, like good situation, food, clothing, shelter for 3. That's like the fundamentals I think you need, I would say, to support. But we have more than that, and yet that's pretty good, those 3. If you've got those going, you're doing pretty well. And just appreciating, we don't appreciate, we're kind of have it, and then we're kind of like, but you know, my car is this, and this is this, and that is, you know. So that appreciation is really nice, what you mentioned. Thank you. I think I'll have a cup of mint tea after this course. Thank you. What else from some couple people that may not have said much, if you feel to add about renunciation? Any last thoughts on that? So one thing I want to bring in, Lama Yeshe. Okay, think about this. This is how simple renunciation. And some people, when you say the word renunciation, or you say, oh, they really renounce, and we think also of giving up something. You have to give up something. And some people will say, oh, I remember when I got ordained, and some friends who were lay people said to me, oh, well, now you can't do that, and you can't do that, and you can't, like that was the things I couldn't do anymore. That was sad to lose those things. And I remember thinking about it at first, thinking, oh, I hadn't thought about that. But I realized that those things, as we labeled it again, I think Andrea was saying, worldly stuff, does it really make you happy? Does it make you happier? And it might be a habit about it. But I remember thinking, and then when you have vows, which you can have lay vows as a lay person, kind of the basic Buddhist precepts, pratimoksha vows, and then you could build on that with, some people take refuge precepts. At the same time, they might take lay vows, not to be confused, because people think they're the same, but they're different. You can take bodhisattva vows as a lay person. You can take tantric vows as a lay person or a monastic. But when people think of vows in our culture, we think, well, it's about restraining behavior. And I happen to come from a renegade generation. So it was all about breaking rules. So you give me a vow, I'm going to break it. So the idea of vows didn't really appeal to me in the beginning of my Dharma career, you know. But then I learned that the vows prevent me from doing negative crap. And that keeps me away from enlightenment, and it keeps me away from ultimate happiness. So the vows protect your mind. So then I learned the vows are actually, and you ready for this? The vows are freedom. Freedom. I've really come to that, to see like, oh yeah, like, you know, when my friends were saying, oh, well, this party or that party, and now as a nun, I don't have to go to parties if I don't want. I can join people, but I have an excuse. I'm a nun. I don't really need to do those, you know, I'm free of that. You don't have so many obligations, you know, of things. But so you feel that you have this idea of giving something up. you're trading or you're letting go. And here's Lama Yeshe's main thing about renunciation, what you're giving up. Because we think, oh, you shouldn't have a car and you shouldn't have any money, or no, that's not renunciation. None of that stuff really matters. It's just a matter if you're attached to it, that's a problem. Okay. But you can be really rich and be a great Dharma practitioner. I know some like that. But here's real renunciation. You give up whatever disturbs your mind. That's it. That's renunciation. Giving up whatever disturbs your mind. Think about it. Think about it this week. You know, notice that you disturbed your mind. You need to drive fast and be the first person on the road. I know people that have that habit. So they're really agitated drivers. I don't like to drive with them. Aggression, like it's just a constant, they're yelling at everybody. They're, you know, why? Like, so it disturbs your mind. You give up driving like that. Much more peaceful in the car. So many incidences of that. You know, you notice this coworker, they're irritating you. What is, you know, disturbing your mind? You need to become friends with them. You need to figure out what's going on. You need to think about them instead of just they irritate you. What's their experience? Did you ever think about that? No, not when we're irritated with somebody. It's all about me. They're in my space. I don't like this, you know. People are struggling. So we need to check out what's going on for them and have a little bit bigger heart, that bigger view of, because they're on our planet with us, right? And if they're disturbing your mind, it's not about giving up the person. It's giving up the idea of that person as if they're separate from me. We're in this together. We need to make it work together. So just think about that, of giving up and giving up certain behavior patterns you have that disturb your mind. Delusion, different delusions that trigger other behaviors, things like that. Any last things, anything else? Colleen, yes, please.
Just when you were speaking there, I was trying to wrap my mind around what renunciation means to me. And it's more what you were speaking to about, I'm running to a safe harbor, a safe refuge, and not away from my attachments, but to something. So you helped me, you know, clarify that a little bit more with what you've said.
Sure, because I think you're speaking even more about proper refuge. Like refuge is really seeking that safe direction. And that would be going to something, but renunciation is much more letting go of the negative behaviors. And that's what disturbs the mind, like that, letting that go. So slightly different, but they're related. Yeah, wonderful. Okay, let's hit a pause for a few minutes. If you want to stretch your legs or have a sip of something, and we're just 3 minutes, just pause a little bit. And we'll get ready for the next meditations. Okay. We are going to do the meditation on, we'll start the meditation on the 9-point death meditation. Just double check. There we go. Again, just finding that comfortable position. Lightly closing your eyes. Just allowing your respiration to deepen. And we'll break this into segments so we can pause in between. Just allowing these points to sink a little bit more deeply into your mind stream. Let's consider, just as an overview, there are 3 main headings or roots in this meditation. And under each root are 3 reasonings, which bring you to 3 resolutions. That the main part is to really help us develop a rich and consistent Dharma practice now. Let's explore the first root. First main heading, death is certain. Death is certain. And let's look at the 3 points, the 3 reasonings under this heading. The 3 reasonings are: there's no power in the universe that will stop death from coming. Everybody dies, basically. The second root is: every moment we are closer to death. And the third root is: there's very little time we actually formally practice Dharma. Death is definitely coming. So let's look at these 3 reasonings. Number 1, everybody dies. Everybody dies. So just think, there is no way to stop death from coming to you. There's no way to stop it from coming to you. And in the back of your mind during this meditation, if you like, you can return to thinking, I am definitely going to die. I am definitely going to die. So let's explore that everybody dies. Think about the people you know who have died, whether it was recent, whether it was 5 or 10 years ago. And who of the people you know now, who of them do you think will escape death? Please reflect. And just think, I am definitely going to die. Death is certain. Will definitely happen to me at some point. There is no escape. Has anyone been able to escape? What about the brightest people on the planet? Einstein died. Stephen Hawking. Many, many other people in those categories. Incredible wisdom. Didn't figure out a way not to die. Just contemplate that. Think of all those people, all those bright geniuses. The richest people on the planet, could they bribe their way out of death? Could they buy it off? Bargain? What about the most powerful people on the planet? People who can cause nuclear war. People who rule armies that kill a lot of people. They still die. They haven't developed the power to stop death from coming to them. Think about all these different powerful people. Have any of them escaped death, or can they escape death? And here's some more information from our actual meditation with this class. Just to contemplate, ever since human beings evolved on Earth, not one has managed to escape death. No matter where I go, there's no way I can escape. And I mentioned no matter how strong I am, no matter how much money or power I have, doesn't matter what medicines you take. It doesn't matter what powerful mantras you can recite. There's nothing you can do. Just think. There is nothing I can do to escape death. Our entire planet, the whole solar system, will eventually disappear. That's its nature. So there's no way I can escape death. And please consider deeply spiritual, highly realized beings. Jesus, Mother Teresa, other very highly realized spiritual leaders, even the Buddha died. Even the Buddha died. How is it you think you are immune from the situation, that maybe you won't die? So please think about that deeply. Death is certain, and just think, I am definitely going to die. I'm definitely going to die. Let's look at the second reasoning under death is certain. Not only am I going to die, I'm dying every moment. I've been dying from the moment of my conception. My lifespan cannot be extended, and it's actually decreasing constantly. Just think about that. Lifespan ticking away right now. You're another second closer, another moment closer. I'm another breath closer to death. like a waterfall plunging into the pool below, like a pebble dropped into a well, or an arrow shot towards a target, or an animal led to slaughter. Every breath I take brings me closer to death. So even if I live 100 years, each passing month brings me closer to death. Months are made of days. As each day passes, I get closer to death. Days are made of hours. As each hour passes, I get closer to death. Hours are made of minutes. As each minute passes, I am closer to death. Minutes are made of seconds. As each second passes, I get closer to death. And as each second passes, my life of perhaps, if I'm lucky, 100 years duration is rapidly passing away. Not only my death that is getting closer, my next life is rapidly approaching. All I have to do is breathe out and not breathe in again. And I could find myself in a completely different rebirth. Just contemplate this. Every year, every week, every day, every hour, every minute, every second, every moment passing. And looking at the changing world around me, day becomes night. Night turns into day. Seasons change. Summer into autumn, into winter, into spring, back to summer. Internally, we change. Externally, our bodies change. Our mind always changing. So just feeling the deeper experience of subtle impermanence of these changes, with that inevitability moving me towards my death. Let's look at the third reason under death is certain. So not only is death certain and rapidly approaching, but I also spend most of my precious life in worldly, non-dharmic activities, meaning doing things only for the benefit of this life, things that cause me to create negative karma and perhaps bring no benefit to any of the lives beyond this one. So while practically we need to do some things for this life, absolutely, but is that the only focus? To making ourselves comfortable right now, all the time here. So just think, please reflect. I spend so much time asleep, so much time eating, so much time working, getting educated, entertaining myself, watching movies, streaming videos, listening to music, playing or watching a sport, watching TV, reading novels. So again, a balance, certainly some things we do for rest and a break that can be creating a healthy balance, but is there too much of any of those things? We're not so much benefit. Think about all the years, the time you spend on relationships, time that has nothing to do with Dharma practice. Think of so many years of life passing before I even met the Dharma. And now that I have, how much time do you actually formally spend practicing Dharma? Please reflect on that. And from here, can you make a determination? This is that first determination under the first root. Since nothing can prevent my death, since I'm definitely going to die, my life is constantly finishing, and I spend very little time practicing Dharma. Here's your determination. I must practice Dharma. Can you feel that firmly in your heart and mind? I must practice Dharma. I dedicate myself to that. "15-minute break. And when you're in the break, again, continue meditation a little bit as you're walking, maybe through your space if you get up. I'm another step closer. I'm another moment closer. I'm another second closer. I am definitely going to die." Keep that heightened in your awareness the next 15 minutes. Thank you. Welcome back. Welcome back. So we're going to continue the 9-point death meditation. We're going to be looking at the second root. The time of death is uncertain. Time of death is uncertain. Again, 3 reasonings under this root. Let's consider. The first reason: we live on a planet with an unfixed lifespan. We live on a planet with an unfixed lifespan. So not only am I going to die, but I have no idea when that will be. Yet we live as if we will die when we're old. And we even use language stating that. People will say, well, when I'm old, I will do this and that. You don't know if you'll live to be old. Have no idea when you're going to die. We could die at any moment. So please reflect right now. People die in the womb before they're born. They die during delivery, in infancy, in early childhood. They die as teens, as young adults. They die at age 40, 50, 60, and maybe they live to be old. Again, human beings like me, please think, can die at any time. My death can come at any time. Even today, many people exactly like me, exactly my age, who woke up this morning expecting to have another day and didn't realize they would die today. But please reflect on these points of all the different people you know who have died in the different ages they were. Thinking again and again, there is no certainty as to the time of my death. There's no certainty as to the time of my death. And again, just reflect. I have no idea when I am going to die. I have no idea when I'm going to die. Let's look at the second reason. There are more factors contributing to death than to continued life. I could be killed by other people, could be killed by animals or insects, other external factors, such as a building collapsing, a car or plane accident, tree branches falling on me, allergies, food poisoning, disease. Just think of all the various ways we can die, all the factors contributing to our death at any time. You want to analyze through all these different events from every angle, things you've read, things you've heard in teachings, your own life experience, circling through all these different factors that can contribute to your death at any given time. Till you feel a little bit stronger in your heart. I have no idea when I'm going to die. I think I have till 80 years old, but I really have no idea. Any of these factors could get me first. When you feel that deeper conviction, place all of your concentration there to deepen that experience. When it fades, go back and analyze again, more quickly. We could die due to disease. We could die in flooding or fire, earthquake, hurricane, and even things meant to preserve life could turn against me. Just think, you could die by choking on food that's meant to support your life, through food poisoning. You can even die from an allergy to medicine that's supposed to help you, or mistake during surgery, or an overdose of medication accidentally. So again, considering all these things that are supposed to prolong my life can end up making it much shorter. So there's no certainty as to when I'm going to die. Please consider that. And let's think about the third reasoning. Under the time of death is uncertain. Please reflect. My body is very fragile, like a water bubble. A tiny thorn could kill me. A virus too small to be seen under a microscope can kill me. A bacteria can kill me. One tiny cell that becomes cancerous can destroy my life. Please consider this, thinking, due to the fragility of the body, my death could come at any time. My death can come at any time. I have no idea when I will die. So let's think of our second determination from these three reasonings, that since the time of death is uncertain, this could be my last day. And not only must I practice Dharma, I must practice right now, from this moment on, without delaying another second. Can you feel that in your heart? I must practice right now, from this moment on, without delaying one more second. As realistic as possible in your mind, please make a determination. Let's look at the last three reasonings. Under the third root, the only thing that really benefits at the death time is Dharma. The only thing that really benefits us at the death time is our Dharma practice. Let's look at the first reason. These are easier points to realize. My wealth and possessions are of no help to me when I'm dying. I can't even take an atom of physical matter with me. And although wealth can help you have a little bit more comfortable circumstances at the death time, it doesn't help your mind be peaceful. It can't guarantee your mind being peaceful. So at death, as my mind slips out of my body, as if you're pulling out a piece of hair from a pat of butter, slipping away, since death occurs at any time, do I need to put a lot of effort into accumulating wealth, accumulating things, having things that you end up becoming more attached to at the death time? Think about your wealth and your possessions and even your position, that identity you have. Is that helpful to you at the death time? How will it help you? Let's look at the next reason. My family and friends can't help me at the death time. Just think, I am born alone, I die alone. If I'm attached to other people, this could cause great suffering at the death time, especially if they're gathered around me weeping, begging me not to die, distraught. So far from helping at the death time, they could make things worse. They could cause me to die with attachment, with fear, with sorrow, with confusion, which could be add a really negative state of mind on that more subtle consciousness of my dying mind. So again, if they know your practices, some friends and family could help you by doing some practices and remind you of what's most important to focus on at the death time. Is that what the majority of them will be doing? So think about your friends and family. Will they be of any help to you at the death time? And continue to think about what is of most help at the death time. And here's our third reasoning. Even this cherished body, certainly no help at the death time. It's often the reason not supporting the consciousness anymore. So it could be your worst enemy when passing away due to incredible pain, that then you want to take some medicine that clogs up your mind. And just think, I've spent my whole life working for my body, looking after it, trying to keep it healthy, keeping it warm, feeding it. My body has constantly been getting sick and aging. It's inevitable. As I die, my mind begins to leave my body. And I may have a terrifying thought. I'm becoming non-existent. So you may have a craving, grasping at your body. And this only causes you to take rebirth in samsara again and again in a world of pain, confusion, like that. So let's think about, can I minimize attachment to this body right now? Or can you find a way that the body can be helpful? And if not of the most help at the death time, can we minimize attachment to the body in this life right now? This leads us to our third determination under the three roots, that since none of these things, power, position, possessions, family, friends, your body, can really, truly, ultimately help you at the death time, can often cause great suffering. Can you make this determination in your heart and mind? I must not only practice Dharma, practice it right now, I must practice it well. I must develop a rich, consistent Dharma practice right now. Please feel that as much as you can in your heart and mind. Please relax for a moment. We'll just take a few minutes. That concludes the 9-point death meditation. What I'd like to do right now is imagining the death disillusions, the more subtle visions that appear to your consciousness, so we can have some familiarity with those. And this is from meditation 4 of this module, the actual death process. And Lama Yeshe's Oma Hong meditation will conclude with. You're just sitting comfortably. You've been doing great. I know it's hard work when we're meditating all day, when we're not used to it. And it's really a nice preliminary. If you ever have a meditation weekend or you're interested in longer retreat, and what you normally do is slowly build up. So if you have the luxury of a 2-week retreat or a month or something like that ever in the future, or even a longer group retreat or solo retreat, you start, they say like a rice grain, you start, it gets thicker, it gets more intense in the middle of the retreat, then you taper off again as you begin to engage with the world. But on a day long, we have a day, so we try to make the most of it. So you've been doing great. Thank you so much for all your wonderful concentration and energy. We'll try our best. And I just like, as you close your eyes, relax. And often in a longer death retreat, I lead these following a meditation on your own death that takes about 45 minutes to do, and we don't have time for that today. But what happens is when you're meditating on your own death, it can be scary, and there can be some painful parts of it, emotionally painful, letting go of people and releasing yourself in a way. But then it's not bleak when we think about the visions that we can encounter. Again, these visions arise and are practiced in most highest yoga tantra practices or sadhanas. And the reason they are is, part of it is to familiarize your mind with more subtle consciousness, reminding you of an experience that happens anyway in life. For instance, every time you fall asleep, these visions appear. When you have a big sneeze or yawn, which are like mini deaths. When you have sexual orgasm, these visions are there. What happens is we don't recognize them. We're not familiar enough. And this is what definitely happens at the death time, as the mind goes into a more subtle consciousness, to the clear light, its most subtle experience. So the more you can do these visions in everyday life, His Holiness, I think, says he does them like 8 times a day. I have them in several of my practices. Do them slowly. You start to soak your mind over and over in the visions that hopefully when they're appearing at the death time, you'll recognize them so you can recognize the clear light. And you stay in that most subtle consciousness as long as possible, doing some deeper meditations on emptiness to actualize more highly realized states. And that's why the death time can be a great opportunity for us if we practice well now. Okay. So please, if you'd like to close your eyes and relax, and just bring your awareness to your breath for a moment. And imagine as if your life is finishing right now. Whether you're dying of old age, an illness, all the karmic seeds supporting this life are finishing. Imagine you're lying on a bed, actively passing away. And here's what actually is happening to your body. And then we'll mention the visions that are happening to your mind, that internal experience. So this is going, just think, this is going to happen to me. Therefore, I would like to become familiar with this process in life so I can handle it constructively when it actually happens. And just think, right now, as the earth element dissolves, the first element that starts dissolving, it's natural. My body will become thin. My limbs will have no energy. Not be able to move my body. And it will feel like I'm being buried under a great weight of earth. So as not to become afraid of that, it's a natural process. That feeling of being buried under a great weight of earth. So if you think about that beforehand again and again and again, if that's an experience you're happening at the death time, it won't be a big surprise. It will be a natural process. I rehearsed this. Yes, I'm familiar with this. My limbs will seem to shrivel. My body becomes weak and powerless. Eyesight unclear. And I may not be able to open or close my eyes any longer. The radiance of my body diminishes. What appears to my mind in this space is a mirage-like image. A mirage-like image. This is my mind, my entire experience. It's not separate from my mind. As best as you can, focus on that mirage-like image. Looking out on a hot asphalt road, seeing the shimmering waves that look like water is there. The next element to dissolve is the water element. As the fluids of my body dry up, I no longer experience physical of pleasure, unpleasant feelings, or neutral feelings. I may begin to have hearing, diminished hearing. And what appears to my mind as these more subtle aspects of consciousness dissolve is a smoke-like vision, as if I'm in a room with blue-gray smoke. That's my entire experience, not separate from my mind. This is my experience. And think with the corner of your mind, I'm not going to miss the clear light as you focus on this smoke-like vision. The fire element dissolves. Heat is finishing in the body, and I no longer can digest food or drink. I may not be able to remember names of anyone close to me at this point. Inhalation is becoming weak. Exhalation is longer, labored. I lose a sense of smell, and what appears to my mind is a spark-like vision, like fireflies in the night sky, and that's my entire experience, not separate from my mind. The wind element dissolves, and this is usually when the respiration ceases, when we would be declared clinically dead in our Western system. But there's still subtle consciousness absorbing, still a whole lot of activities going on internally. So at this point, we would be considered dead. The tongue can become thick and short with its root turning blue. What appears to the mind at this point is the glow around a candle flickering before it's about to go out. That's the inner vision. That is your mind, your whole experience. And just think with a corner of your mind, I must not miss the clear light, while you focus on that glow of the flickering candle about to go out. The 80 gross conceptions dissolve as the mind gets into a more subtle experience. There appears a white vision, a white appearance. So this is not the clear light. This is simply like a milky harvest moon over an empty field. Focus on that white appearance. Again, this is your mind. It is not separate from your mind. This is your entire experience. This is also the time when the subtle winds are dissolving from above the heart center down into the body, into the indestructible drop at the heart center in its subtle energy system. So white drops, thus the white appearance. As all the subtle winds begin dissolving from the lower portion of the body up to the heart center, there is a red increase. And this is described to me by Lama Zopa Rinpoche as a brilliant magenta sunset. As we were looking at a sunset one night in Bodh Gaya, India, orange, magenta, pink, red, unbelievable. Like that. That's your whole experience of this red increase. Not separate from your mind. And you can think with a portion of your mind, I must not miss the clear light, as you focus on this red increase. The upper and lower winds now begin to merge in the indestructible drop in the center of the heart chakra. Inside that central channel, that's part of our subtle energy system, like a tube or a straw of light that runs from the center of your forehead up to the crown chakra, curling around all the way down through your body, slightly more towards your spine, where the lower end comes to rest, forefinger wisp below your navel, central channel. So at the heart chakra, where there's an energy center at the heart, around that area, not in the organ, the heart, but in the center, that is the indestructible drop. These subtle winds dissolve, and there appears what's called a black near attainment, like a dead faint, black as black can be. That's your whole experience. And it's near attainment because you're nearly at the clear light. The winds merge there and the clear light dawns. Complete emptiness and clarity, also described at times as brilliant transparency. You can just imagine. Merge your mind with that as much as you can. Please reflect. As you keep your mind focused, as much as you can imagine of that clear light, the most subtle consciousness, think all things are empty of inherent nature, of inherent existence. Nothing exists under its own power. Nothing exists solidly from its own side, independently. All phenomena are interdependent, and exist, according to the highest school, by being merely labeled by the mind. By being merely labeled by the mind. Whatever concept of yourself arises, the I, strong, independent sense of yourself, that does not exist at all. It's a complete hallucination. There's no inherently existent, solidly independent existent I there at all. And then understand that we are sitting here conventionally. We are participating in meditation today. That conventional I, you have to participate, does exist like that, but independence on causes and conditions, parts, and the mind labeling I on the valid basis of your body and mind. Please relax and slowly open your eyes. How's everyone doing? Any last questions or comments? Any reflections from the meditations before we conclude with one more meditation? Feel free if you want to just have a stretch break, just stand up and stretch in place, or been working so hard.
It is a lot of work, but it's so worth it. And it's very interesting. Yeah. So thank you. Thank you, Venerable.
Sure, thank you.
Yeah.
And also, you may notice after, when we finish in a little bit, be good to yourself the rest of the day. You know, it brings things up. Any kind of meditation day, it's a little bit more intensive, and you know, I think just don't just dive right back into your technology or whatever. You know, like give yourself a little space to just digest and look around. And if you have any nature near you, to space out a little bit. I think it's helpful like that. Just take it slowly. I really appreciate all your effort and your concentration, and you've been so on time for sessions, and it's really helpful. Thank you so much.
I just wanted to say I was actually rather surprised by some joy in my heart during that meditation,
Good.
which is a total surprise. So that's cool.
That's great. Yeah, sometimes
Completely,
there's surprising things that
yeah,
people find, not
counter
only meditation, but
intuitive.
meditation. Yeah,
Hmm.
that's right.
And I loved hearing about Lama Zopa Rinpoche describing the magenta sky. That was awesome. I think you carried us there to that.
Well, I mean, I remember it quite distinctly for some reason. Again, you know, you never know if your memories are accurate, but I think it was like 1991. We were just sitting in Bodh Gaya before Root Institute had a place for Rinpoche, our center there. There wasn't, it was like everything was intense. And so Rinpoche was housed in the Japanese temple that was the only place that had a decent guest house.
Mm.
And I had an interview, a meeting, and we were sitting, and it was sunset, and there's the giant Buddhist statue. They have a very big statue there, and the sun was setting right there. And we were discussing this meditation, and then Rinpoche looked out, and then he said, "It's like this." You know, he said, "It's just like this." So, and I felt like he did it so that maybe will that imprint be there, so when I'm dying, I'll maybe catch that, you know, for like as fleeting as it is, it'll go by so quickly, but will I remember, you know, some imprint, anything the guru is doing, a qualified guru is trying to so help you get free and get you to enlightenment. Yeah, so precious to have a teacher like that. So yeah, it always stuck with me. That sunset was brilliant like that.
Extraordinary. Yeah, thank you.
So let's conclude with our Om Hong meditation from Lama Yeshe, which is the last meditation of the official meditation of the Death and Rebirth module of Discovering Buddhism. This isn't necessarily focused on death, but it's really nice. And we did it during the module and people really liked it as well. So again, just finding comfortable position. And this is really nice about purification of the body, purification of the speech, purification of the mind. So we're going to start first with purification of the body. As you close your eyes, visualize a white Om. So the syllable O-M. And if you know the Tibetan syllable, feel free to visualize that. If not, you visualize an O-M in the nature of white light, standing as if it's right in the center of your head. At your throat, visualize a red Ah, the letters A-H, at your throat. And at your heart, a blue Hung, H-U-M or H-U-N-G. Either's fine. But again, white, red, blue, forehead, throat, heart, but try to visualize them in the nature of light, those letters. Just believe that they're there. And right now, let's concentrate on the white Om in your head, as if it's right in the center of your brain. And recognize this is the pure energy of the divine body of all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. This is their pure energy. It's right there right now, right in the center of your brain. As we make this syllable, this sound Om, it's like a primordial syllable that can vibrate. Okay, and just let its resonance, if you feel like joining us, just mute your microphone so that you can really resonate wherever you're seated, if you feel comfortable to do that. As you're making the sound Om, which I will lead, visualize white, radiant white light emanates from that Om in your brain. Okay, it goes right down that central channel that I described, that tube of light, and it fills your entire body with blissful, radiant light energy, completely purifying your body, completely cleansing your body. And it's important to visualize your entire body from head to toe. So again, for those of you challenged with a lot of pain in your body, things like that, this is a great meditation to do. So from head to toe, completely blissful, radiant, healing light energy is flowing through you, is just radiating head to toe. Just feel that as much as you can as we recite, continually make this sound Om, which I'll do for like 2 or 3 minutes. Okay. Just try your best. Om. 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 So as the sound stops, nothing you need to do or think. Just remain still, fully aware, unconcerned with good or bad or reacting, or am I doing this right? With the attention on that light consciousness at the center of your brain, just be there as much as possible. And just let go without any expectation. Purification of the speech, the next one. At our throat, we were visualizing a red ah, A-H, again, like the sun at sunset. And recognize that this red ah is the pure speech of all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. So I'll make the sound of ah again for a couple of minutes. You're welcome to join me. And as that sound reverberates, visualize radiant red light energy emanating from that syllable at the center of your throat, inside that central channel. Completely fills up that central channel. And from your head to your toes, filling you with this blissful, radiant red light energy. And imagine that all conceptions, all impure energy of speech are cleansed and purified. Ah. 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 So again, as it stops without any expectation, without any further elaboration, just allow yourself to let go and be. And in that space, you can understand your experience of the non-dual, of the non-self-existent I. Empty space as truth, as reality. Whatever understanding you have of that, just reflect for a moment. And when uncontrolled, distracting thoughts come in meditation, anytime you're meditating, realize not only you, but all other sentient beings are in the same situation of not being able to control their mind. So in this space, we can cultivate equanimity, loving kindness for all beings. So in this sense, your uncontrolled, distracted mind becomes a resource for the development of loving kindness. So when it arises, you can direct that intense awareness of loving kindness towards your own consciousness. So 2 ways you can meditate. So you either place intense awareness on your own consciousness, or when the distractions arise, direct intense awareness of loving kindness on your own consciousness. You can alternate between those two. Just an awareness of the consciousness or directing loving kindness towards your consciousness. And your loving kindness can manifest in your central channel at your heart center as a full moon disk. And as we move into purification of the mind, imagine on that little white moon disk in the nature of light stands that radiant syllable blue Hong. H-U-M or H-U-N-G, in the nature of blue light. Recognize this is the non-dual wisdom of all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. This is their mind. Your heart is pure, cool, and calm, opened by the radiant light of the moon and the Hong syllable. And imagine the blue light rays radiate from this Hong, and all your constricted, narrow mind, narrow thoughts all disappear. Indecisive mind disappears. Obsessed mind, ruminating mind, anxious mind, depressed mind, all disappears. The radiant blue light from the moon and the Hong fills your whole body, head to toe. Whole body feels blissful. And filled with this light energy, there's no room for fanatical dualistic concepts. So as much as you can, reflect on this as we recite this Hong syllable for a couple of minutes. Om. Hong. 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 And then feel this infinite blue light, like your consciousness, embrace entire universal reality. Your intensive awareness embraces all of universal reality. Just feel and be without ruminating negative thoughts, without over elaboration. So Lama Yeshe concluded this practice by saying, there are two essential experiences we can achieve through this meditation: wisdom and method. The wisdom experience is intensive awareness of your own consciousness. The method experience comes when you get distracted and you use that lack of control as a resource to generate loving kindness. And then when you're again free of distraction, laser light, remain in the experience of wisdom. So when your concentration is good, place your attention on wisdom. When you're distracted, generate loving kindness. And since we're often too busy to do a lot of practice for most people, this can be done in quite a short way once you're more familiar with it. And again, the wisdom is again contemplating that lack of inherent nature of any sense of yourself, concrete sense of yourself or I that arises. So with that laser-like undistracted consciousness, you zero in single-pointedly on that, the lack, the absence. That's what emptiness is. It's an absence of inherent nature. You get distracted. You can think of other people distracted. Our own consciousness distracted, generate loving kindness towards that consciousness. Thank you. So in conclusion, we're going to dedicate, and I'd like to read, let me just see if I can pull this up. I forgot to have it ready. Master Shantideva's dedication. I will share my screen. Just bear with me for a moment. Here we go. I think I can share this. Let's see. I think I had trouble one time sharing. So can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Can you see it? Okay, I don't think I can make it bigger. Oh wait, here we go. Let me know if you can still see it. Can you still see it?
Yeah.
Great.
I can see it.
Wonderful. Thank you. So I'd like to dedicate to all the beings on the planet who need additional healing. May they receive it completely, be free of any suffering, body and mind. And may those who have COVID and other illnesses be healed instantly. May those who have recently passed away in the last 49 days be free of any suffering and quickly take a precious human rebirth to get enlightened to benefit all living beings. And I'd like to also dedicate to Dan Miles, a dear friend of mine I got to see on the road trip in Montana, who is on hospice care now and quite sick. So if we can direct some energy to him, they were very active in this area of California, and his wife helped me for years at Vajrapani with our accounting. So to Dan and Rita Miles, especially Dan right now, to hold him in our heart. And for the long lives of our precious teachers, which we'll do some long life prayers after this, let's read this Master Shantideva prayer, one of His Holiness's favorite dedications, and send this out to the universe. May all beings everywhere, plagued by sufferings of body and mind, obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored on finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments. Whatever diseases there are in the world, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power and may people think of benefiting each other. As long as space remains, as long as living beings remain. Until then, may I too remain to dispel the suffering of all transmigratory beings. And lastly, I just want to do the long lives for our precious teachers. For His Holiness the Dalai Lama, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. For the long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. That concludes our practices for today. I want to thank you so much. I want to thank Land of Medicine Buddha. I'd like to dedicate to the great success of all of our centers and harmony at and among all of our centers for their great flourishing, especially during the pandemic when it has been so challenging, especially for our retreat centers like Land of Medicine Buddha and Vajrapani Institute. Thank you so much. I really look forward to seeing you soon, maybe for the Karma course. Saturday mornings, there are COVID practices I lead from 8 to 8:30, and we'll soon be starting meditation Saturday mornings from 9:30 to 10:30, and all the other wonderful programs that Land of Medicine Buddha is hosting. So you can stay in touch with them. You can stay in touch in the chat. I'm just putting my website if that's helpful to you. So mostly I'll try to put things up on that website if it's not on the LMB site. And thank you so much like that. And thank you, Kat has put some other with the calendar in the chat.
I put yours too, but I think I kind of hit it at the same time as you were typing your web address. Just wanted to thank you so much for today. It's been, I think I speak for everybody when I say it's been really powerful and fabulous wake-up call, elucidating. And thank you also for your move to California. May it be surrounded by auspiciousness and be very fruitful for all concerned. And I just put in the chat, there's two resources there. There's Venerable Amy's website, and then there's the key to the Land of Medicine Buddha website, which one day we hope will be easy to navigate. In the meantime, that calendar that I've put a link to there is the key to upcoming events, and you can click through the months. We will be updating with news of Venerable Amy's teaching plans soon, so please keep looking for updates. And thank you so much, everybody, for participating today. Really rejoicing. We're not going to regret this time, I don't think.
Thank you, Venerable Amy.
And did you want to put the for the offerings, you want to put?
Oh yes, let me put that on again. And I will be sending out an email to everybody with the recordings from today, as well as with the reminder of how you can do the Venmo or PayPal, or how do you pronounce the other one? It's
Zelle.
Zelle, thank you. Yes.
Thank you so much. That's really helpful. And
yeah, let me
normally
just
we do in person, and then
absolutely, yeah,
on Zoom. So I appreciate that.
I posted a little something earlier on that, and I'm just going to cut and paste it here so people have it at the bottom of the chat. Oh, yes, there we go. That worked. Brilliant.
Oh, thank you. That's very helpful.
But there'll also be an email with the recording, so we can all revisit today as well and keep on deepening our familiarity.
Do you have Venmo on there? Venmo is the best because PayPal, there's fees taken out on my end.
Hang on a minute. Did I?
Yeah, Venmo. I'll just put my.
Oh
Venmo
yeah, no, it's there at the bottom. Or hang on, it was in the first post. Did I?
That's Venmo. That's it. If
Okay,
you have
thank
Venmo
you.
and you use it, great. That's easy. Zelle is also easy. PayPal's the worst because they take out fees on my end. So
Yeah.
appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Venerable. Thank you.
Really
If everyone
appreciate
would like to unmute if they feel like it and say anything they feel like saying just to close the day.
Thank
Yes,
you,
just to close out.
Venerable.
Do we have one word of where we are right now?
Oh,
Would you like to go around?
okay.
Feel free, anyone who'd like to start.
Peace.
I guess yeah, contemplative, like just reflecting on today.
Grateful.
Oh
Productively tired.
yeah. Nice. Yeah.
Reflective and relieved.
Mm.
Important day.
Anybody else?
Inspired.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh yeah.
Inspired.
What's that?
Probably my horrible accent. Not horrible. Inspired. Inspiration. Inspired.
Okay, I'll just conclude with joy. I feel that my middle name actually. Yeah, so if we can carry that into our practices, thank you so much. I really enjoyed this day.
God.
Really inspired and really moved by your practices. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
May we meet again and again.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yes, again and again. It was a joyful day, Venerable. Thank you.
Interesting with death and rebirth things, you know, but it's good if we can come out that way and feel that way. That's, yeah, there can be some joy.
Mhm. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I'm gonna talk to Catherine in a moment if you slowly leave, but I'm just gonna go for a moment because somebody rang the doorbell. So let me just check
Got
and I'll
it.
be right
I'm
back.
gonna end the recording.
Okay.
Please
Take
be
care.
well.
Okay. Bye, everybody. Take care.